Tak přátelé, děkuji, že jste...
So, dear friends and colleagues, thank you for coming back from this very short break and interrupting many of your interesting conversations, which hopefully you will have more time during the lunch break. We now have our international guest who is online with us. And if we are ready from the technical point of view, then we could start. Martin Prominsky has been waiting for us.
Yes, thank you. I'm very sorry for being late.
I have this Teams window open and there's a message saying no signal.
Okay, but you do you hear us or not?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so the only thing is that you don't see us, but we can live with it. So hopefully you can live it with too.
I mean, I can. Should I share my screen and we try if that works?
Yeah, let's try it. The auditorium is here. Thank you. Visible.
It's visible?
Yeah. It's better to enlarge it for the whole screen, but it will be okay.
So, is it now full screen?
Seems to. It's a little black, but once you change the slide, probably. Yeah, now it's okay. Better.
Great. Let me know when I should start.
It's your time now. Thank you.
Yes, hello. So I can start my presentation?
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the invitation. I'm glad to have the chance to talk about aesthetics, landscape architecture, and the Anthropocene, actually for the first time that I'm really dealing with the topic of aesthetics. My structure is as follows. I will begin with a short introduction about the Anthropocene. I assume that most of you are familiar with the term, and a long introduction is not necessary. Then I will continue with Eva Horn. I follow her article, Aesthetics of the Anthropocene, and will relate it in the third part to our discipline of landscape architecture. I will show 6 examples that address challenges which Eva Horn found out about aesthetics of the Anthropocene. And then I will close with a short outlook. So the Anthropocene, the term came out in the year 2000 in an article by Paul Crutzen and Eugene Sturmer, but it really became popular when Paul Crutzen wrote this one-page article in the journal Nature, where he said that the effects of humans on the global environment have escalated, and that it's really appropriate to assign a new term, the Anthropocene, to the present, in many ways, human-dominated geological epoch, supplementing the Holocene. Yes, and the example which exemplifies for me best the implications of the Anthropocene is this tree. It's the loneliest tree in the world. No other tree in the world is more far away from other trees than this one, and it is located far south of New Zealand. And of course, such a tree is of interest for researchers. And so researchers, they took samples from the tree rings and recorded radiocarbon from nuclear testing. So this tree exemplifies that humans are everywhere. Yeah? There's no square cubic meter on the Earth which has not been affected by humans. That's the story of the Anthropocene, and this changes our Western concept of nature completely, because traditionally from Greek philosophy on, we created a distance between us and nature. And with the Anthropocene, we can now say this distance is impossible. There is no nature out there anymore. And this has, of course, a lot of implications for a discipline dealing with nature or landscape such as ours. I'm following the debate on the Anthropocene since 2013, and in my teaching and in my lectures, I was always waiting for the moment when the Anthropocene would be officially announced. And this moment is not there, because in March this year, the Geological Society responsible for doing such an official announcement said no. We don't accept it at the moment. It would need much more time to really declare a new geological epoch. My take on that is that it doesn't matter what these people say. The effects are really clear, and it is okay to use this term Anthropocene. It is very useful. It has triggered a lot of fantastic interdisciplinary debates. So I will continue to use it, but if you don't like the term, you can also follow other research, like, for example, the planetary boundaries. A huge group of international researchers made research how far we have crossed boundaries of critical Earth system processes. And the green ring in the center says if we keep inside the ring, we are inside the safe operating space for humanity. If we cross this border, it's in a way it's dangerous for us humans. Our survival is endangered. And you can see the development. In 2009, 3 boundaries were crossed, and now already 6 boundaries, such as climate change, biodiversity loss, or biochemical flows such as nitrate. The problem with those with such a research is that it is so abstract. We know in a way from science that we need to change a lot, but as you all know, our fight against climate change is not very successful. Why is that? What can help? And here aesthetics can play a role, in my view, but also in the view of Eva Horn, who had this article on aesthetics of the Anthropocene. Yes, she started that a genuine aesthetics of the Anthropocene has to interrogate what it truly might mean to be confronted with the consequences of the Anthropocene, not only in particular contents and themes, but in the form of aesthetic representation. And she continues, human beings thus no longer find themselves again as a counterpart. So this is the story that in the Anthropocene, there is no counterpart anymore. We are everywhere. And she says, we are in the inside of things, inside of climate change, amidst coexisting and symbiotic life forms, surrounded by technology, dependent on flows of capital and materials that transform economies as well as ecologies. Humans are entangled in this bustle of the world as both the ones responsible and the ones who are affected. This is really the story of the Anthropocene. We are responsible now that we know that we are everywhere. And now maybe the most important sentence. The question is how they perceive this, or even more importantly, are able to reflect on the fact that and why they do not perceive it. We do really not perceive all these critical Earth system processes. So any art of the Anthropocene that refuses to be satisfied with merely addressing must express this lack of perceptibility and uncanniness in this form. And that is, but she also admits that such an aesthetic of the Anthropocene is challenging. And in her article, she proposes or mentions three interconnected challenges for such an aesthetic of the Anthropocene. The first one is latency. How can these latent processes, such as an increase in carbon, be made manifest, palpable, perceptible, and graspable beyond those abstract representations offered by science? It's difficult to make those latent processes perceptible. The second one is entanglement. As I said, this opposition of humans and nature is not anymore impossible. And she asks, can we still think about human beings as a separate species? Or must we not consider them in transitions and dependencies on other life forms? How can we communicate this aesthetically, this entanglement? The most difficult one, in my view, is clash of scales, because the processes are so huge in scale. At the same time, they are on a chemical level, so it's small and it's big. And how is an aesthetic representation of those planetary processes of the Anthropocene possible? And they have to surrender to these unavailable and inaccessible magnitudes of scale and depict things that cannot be brought down to a human scale. And she concludes finally that an aesthetics of the Anthropocene is about explication, an analytical, frequently experimental, and very knowledge-based making explicit of processes, objects, and practices of the Anthropocene, which are latent, too big, too small, or too self-evident to be perceived. I find this very inspiring, and I was asking myself, what is our role in this discussion? Can we offer something? Can we address issues of the Anthropocene, and can we deal with those challenges? So in the main part of my presentation here, I will offer 6 examples from landscape architecture that address these challenges. For each of those 3 challenges, I will present you 2 examples. So I will start with latency. One of the big topics of climate change are these huge rainfalls that we have, this stormwater events, and a city like Copenhagen for many years already is dealing with this topic, and landscape architects have a lot to offer. I will present you the example of Enghaveparken in Copenhagen by Tredje Natur Landscape Architects. Copenhagen is doing a lot. For example, this very good example by Ramboll Studio Dreiseite. In the top image, you can see they propose a change in the border of one of these urban lakes and create a retention basin to the right where you can see the lawn. The issue is when the rain is not there, as in the image above, it feels like a wonderful park and everything is great. You don't kind of perceive issues of stormwater, although it is a stormwater park. This Enghaveparken is different. It has been designed originally by Arne Jacobsen in 1927 and has recently been transformed into a stormwater management park, but it respects totally also the history of this park. And I was visiting Copenhagen this year, and someone told me, yeah, you should go there, but I did not read anything about it before, so I just entered the park on a side entrance, and I immediately saw this huge white device, and I was wondering, what is that? It's nice, it's beautiful white concrete, and I was asking, is it a bench or what is it? So I continued to walk through the park, saw these nice water basins in this little wall, and went on and on. It never ended. And then I came to the main entrance and suddenly realized, wow, this must be kind of a dike because you can close it in a stormwater event, which means that the whole park can be flooded to the top level of this beautiful white concrete wall. Phew, that was really something I've never seen. So here you can see that this whole white wall is this stormwater device. And the office did some drawings. This is without stormwater, but within stormwater, the complete park is flooded. It's the biggest stormwater measure in Copenhagen. So here, the device to prevent against stormwater damages is clearly made visible and white and beautiful. And so this latent process is perceivable, in my view. The second example for latency, we all know carbon emissions are too high, and the building industry is responsible for more than 50% of it globally. So we need to change also our building practice, and so recycling, for example, is an important issue. But it's difficult in practice, and we don't see so many examples. So the Jardin de Jeugueux by Wagon Landscaping is one of these examples. This is how it looks like. And the office, was dealing with this parking lot, which was not used anymore and should transform it. So they broke the asphalt, but did not remove it. So it is still there and is part of the design by this office. They made beautiful drawings, and the park is now growing. So it's not succession; it is planted. It is there's a planting scheme, and in my view, it's very nice, very beautiful, and a completely new aesthetic. This would not have been possible 100 years ago. So for me, a good example to make a topic like recycling perceivable and still achieving a great and beautiful little park. These were my two examples on latency. Now we come to entanglements. As I said, human nature dualism is impossible, but how can we entangle the humans and the non-humans? I will start with an example from my own design practice. I'm one of 3 partners at Mesh Landscape Architects. And we entered a competition in Basel, the St. Louis Park. The area is located here. And this is how the area looked before. It's an old rail yard for freight. And still the old rail tracks were there. The green area is a future park, and to the right-hand side here, housing and other things will be built. You can see this in this diagram. And what you can also see in this diagram is that the green park area, most of the area is hedged. And the hedged area means Naturschutzfläche, nature conservation area. So the competition was held in German language. So only this little triangle is the real park, but the rest is nature conservation area that was given by the competition brief. So we needed also to team up with ecologists. And that's how the area looks like. And it has a very high value in terms of biodiversity. Very rare plant communities are growing there. So, and the goal was to keep those rare species. The one problem is they are only there because pesticides were used and regular train traffic was happening. So how to continue this into the future? It was a really difficult competition brief. In German, I translated the most important lines for you to show you what they wanted from us as designers. 80% was this nature conservation zone, and it should primarily serve nature. And so quiet recreational use is only allowed on 20%, and the rest is inaccessible. So this is really our old Western idea of separating humans and nature. The humans are the bad ones, and nature needs to be protected from us. And we opposed this. We made a design which suggested a different strategy that was risky, of course, because the brief clearly said inaccessibility of the nature conservation zone. It will be difficult for you to see all the details, and I will not talk about the details. The main idea was to keep the linear forms of the rail tracks and fill it up with linear stripes of different soil substrates. And we even used a diagram here to say that we do not follow what the brief is demanding. So we do not create a nature conservation zone plus a park zone of open space. Instead, we proposed a nature conservation zone AB, anthropogene biodiversity. So 100% nature conservation zone in a way, and humans are entangled. And purposely we did that because we said if we want to keep those valuable biotopes, they needed disturbance. So we tried to develop a vegetation management scheme which included disturbance in different way by machines, also depending on which biotope and soil substrate was there in one of those stripes. But also for some biotopes, a regular walking is helpful by people. So that was our vegetation management, by which we try to convince the jury that nature conservation is possible even including the humans. And yeah, of course we lost. And the winning team, Mosaic, they did exactly what was wanted. They had this little triangle for open space use, and they had this inaccessible nature conservation zone. I don't blame this team at all. It is the competition brief, and the competition brief is also a result of legislation, in a way even European legislation. We still work in this dualistic scheme, and I think that a lot of change is needed, that the entanglements between the humans, the plants, the animals, the soils, water, will move forward. A second entanglement, we stay in the city of Basel, is this one, one quarter in the Elmat district, designed by SKK Landscape Architects. The next picture is not from Basel, it's from Hanover. And this is maybe a typical situations which you might also know from Prague. In Hanover, it's quite common. So areas between buildings are kind of sterile. There's this lawn, some conifers, some other trees, but you see the signs, everything is forbidden, no access, no dogs, no playing, nothing. So this is kind of, in the city, you separate again the humans and the non-humans. And in Basel, there's this complete difference now. They have a very rich, biodiverse planting scheme. They have dead wood. People are included. You can even grow your vegetables, and also other animals are welcome. So this is quite the opposite. Here we have the surroundings of housing, which is really integrating and entangling the humans and the other living beings. So a very good example in my view. Okay, now I come to the third challenge, the most difficult one, the clash of scales. How can we make this perceptible? The two examples, the first one is addressing a clash of scales in terms of space, and the second one in terms of time. I will start with a wind energy park, which it's a proposal by a working group on aesthetic energy landscape where I was a part of. And this is a usual way, at least in Germany, how wind energy farms are made. It looks kind of random. There might be some functional considerations, but these wind turbines are huge. They are really out of scale of the landscape. Those houses are almost disappearing. So we need a change towards renewable energies, of course, but things like those wind turbines, they have a scale which is incredible. So can we create maybe a better perception or a more positive perception? Because those type of wind parks, there's a lot of protest also against wind parks. And in our working group, which was kind of a voluntary research working group, we had no money, but we really thought we need to do something about energy landscapes. And we published this little brochure here on building culture for energy landscapes. designing landscapes through wind power utilization. And we thought for one of these wind parks, which should be repowered south of the city of Braunschweig. This is the existing one. Yeah, this random organization. We said, why don't we try to do it as in a design competition? Let's propose different solutions and discuss about their qualities. So you see here 4 different proposals. And for reasons of time, I show you only one in more detail, this linear one. Yeah, we worked very old school type with models. We didn't have great software at that time. And so this linear one here goes above a little hill, almost down to a little river here. And we had different camera positions. So at the bottom, you see camera number 3. From there, this wind park will look like this. And from this position, it looks completely different. And what we found interesting, a theory by Ernst Gombrich, British art historian, he said in art and design, it's important to work about order and relations. So we followed this. So we created always a kind of order, because order is helpful for perception, but it also the designs related to the landscape in terms of topography or even relation to specific viewpoints. So from all 5 camera positions, we studied how this proposal looked as similar with the other 3. So for example, from position 5, the 4 proposals also look completely different. And it would be up for a participation process to discuss which one could be better. But I think here, yeah, aesthetics perception only starts and could maybe even avoid those protests against those wind energy parks, which we definitely need to transfer our energy system. So the last example, clash of scales in terms of time. The Anthropocene is a geological concept, so the time span is huge. And how can you make this perceptible? There's a quite recent theory, at least in its adaptation to landscape architecture, called deep time. So how can you express or design that the long periods of landscape processes become a bit more perceptible? And BGMR landscape architects from Berlin proposed something for a new area north of Berlin, in Berlin-Buch. And it's interesting. They even were able to change the Berlin land use plan, which is not so easy. So the old land use plan here in the north had housing was proposed here, and it was changed because they found some traces of deep time in this area. So the housing was moved more to the north, so that this area could be used for this expression of deep time. So the office found this out because they were looking in historical geological maps. So there were glacial channels here, and then some bog or moor lenses in the area of the competition. So the plan was to have the housing within the red lines, and here a new design for the landscape. This is the design, and here you can see the perspective. They newly created those bog lenses from the old ages to communicate really the long time span this landscape had. Those were the 6 examples, which hopefully could show that landscape architecture is able to address those issues, those challenges for an aesthetics of the Anthropocene. And I will close with another inspiring person, with Nikolai Schulz, a collaborator with Bruno Latour during Bruno Latour's last years. And he's Danish, located in Aarhus. And he wrote a nice piece for architecture, and I included landscape in those quotes by him. And he said that the aesthetic work of landscape architects and other cultural and artistic actors is of crucial importance if our society wants to find an expression for what we are confronted with. Aesthetics is a transference of sensibility that allows us to feel and sense something that was previously inaccessible to us. He continues, as we are undoubtedly also in a crisis of sensibility, the visions, illustrations, maps, images, ideas, and aesthetics that landscape architecture has always created are more important today than ever. It helps us to explore, feel, and think differently about the world on a collective scale. Landscape architects therefore have the ability and the responsibility to create what Donna Haraway calls responsibility. This dash is purposely in this word. The ability to respond. And why? Because their work has always allowed us to sense, feel, and imagine things that we could not have imagined before. What we are currently experiencing is certainly also a crisis of imagination. So I think he wonderfully summarizes that disciplines such as architecture or landscape architecture have the ability to make things more perceptible, processes of the Anthropocene, which might, or I hope really they can contribute to that we stay within the safe operating space of humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prominsky, for your presentation. And I offer the auditorium to give you questions. So does anybody want to ask something? And we can translate it if you are not comfortable with English, so we can do it anyway. I'm afraid there are no questions. So thank you again for your presentation, and I hope you will have a chance to follow the rest of our conference, at least offline, if not online, in the future. So thank you again, and have a nice rest of the day. And thank you for the delay at the beginning.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Tak my děkujeme.
So, back into our hybrid mode.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Susanna and Jitka, to have me here. It's a great pleasure. It's been already my 4th visit in Prague last year, so I feel quite comfortable already. I work at Stroom at The Hague. It's a small arts institution in the Netherlands. We are founded in 1992 by the municipality of The Hague to advise about art and public space, but also we give subsidies to artists, deal with studio spaces, and invite curators. But my role is mainly to advise about the collection of art and public space and to initiate new projects. And well, we have a few really famous works by James Turrell, Wang Yongping recently, but also one by Vito Acconci. And I will explain a little bit about this special project because it's dear to me and there's some problems related to it, so I'd like to test this with you. It all started in '92 with the Floriade. It's a big flower and landscape festival every 10 years. And Stroom was just founded and was asked to deliver some artists to participate, and Vitor Conchi was one of them. And he made this really poetic and quite modest work in his terms. Sorry, just to the last one, which left a sort of very, very poetic after image, and this tasted like more. So he was invited. Sorry, one more back. To have a show of his models at Stroom. Most of the models were not realized yet. They were all just imaginary projects. So there they were. Sorry, can you go back? In our exhibition space, so one more back. And to test his ideas, we invited him to do a project, to think about a project which was happening at that time, an old city harbor, which was going to be transformed into a university campus and with new houses. And it was designed by Atelier Pro, and they were already quite advanced in their design. So Vitor Conchi came to their studio and saw the big drawings, and he took a scissor and sort of cut the whole plan into pieces. And he made, now please the next slide, a sort of landscape like a broken mirror with all kinds of scarves, pieces. And he made a kind of a bridge to the other side of the water. Well, and this was quite a megalomaniac proposal, which would have cost tens of millions. But the architects, they sort of understood this is a sort of project which is beyond, in a different approach of what they normally do, and they really were enthusiastic about the whole concept, and they sort of embraced one scarf in their project. So there was a lot of faxing at that time between New York, Conchi, and The Hague, how to implement this, and there were many versions of the model, but finally they agreed to have this one scarf sort of floating away from the land and have a sort of continuation of the landscape at the site and on the island. Next. So that took a few years to get it all processed, and there was a lot of concrete process to get it done. Here you see them working on it. Next one. The big elements at the side, you can see it was a very empty space. There was nobody there. It was behind the Hague Holland Spoor Station, which was a 19th century station, but behind there was nothing. Here Akonchi came to have a look if everything went as planned. I think he was happy. And then there was the opening. Still a few trees are missing, but well, you can see it's brand new. Flashy, clean concrete. People were jumping to the island, and I have to stress it's quite beautiful how the architect and the artist collaborated, because normally there's this kind of competition between architects and artists, but here it really flowed. And what was also nice, that as it had the status of an artwork, there were no rules obliged as normally they are, with hand railings, benches, litter bins. So the island has this kind of zone quality where you can sort of hide or have a smoke or have sex or whatever. I mean, it's a bit of a secret place, and you have to make a small jump to go there. So I think this is really a quality. So this was at the opening. A lot of people were there. And this is the final picture which was made, and also what picture Stroom uses in their website as a proud artwork in their collection. But as I'm working at Stroom in the last 15 years, I've come to the place many times and always take visitors there. I brought Jitka there as well to make this small jump to the island, because it's a thing you see in the distance, but it's not a place where you easily go. And I've seen it changing in the seasons. I mean, the mosses started growing, plants or trees were dying. graffiti was sprayed, and it's a fine balance of dealing with such an artwork, as it is. Yeah, it needs care, but it also is being used by animals, by plants, and well, here you can see it's building up. The weeds were not mown anymore, and this was a situation a year ago. Yeah, a year ago. Because this area will be redeveloped again. It's now part of this, as it's called, Central Innovation District, which becomes a huge campus with thousands of new flats, more than 100 meters high. And the municipality is a bit hesitant. They don't know how to deal with this artwork. They want to know what's part of it, what can we change, what is they are afraid of an American artist. Well, maybe they will have a fine or a lawsuit. And I've been talking to the municipality already for several times over the last few years, and I don't felt like the message came through. And then, so the next one. Last October, we were part of a big landscape festival in Lelystad, in Flevoland, and Flevoland has a huge collection of land artworks by Richard Morris. There's Maurice Boezem. There's like 7 Gormley. So there are about 7 big works, and there was this international festival. And as a warming up event, we were participating, and we invited a small group of so-called experts to do an emotional network session. And this is quite a new technique developed by Hester Dibbets from the Rijnwaard Academy to sort of investigate and to explore a situation, an artwork or a monument, especially when it deals with touchy issues like colonialism or decay, and to sort of talk about it and to express your feelings without coming to a direct conclusion. And so we invited a group of about 15 people. There was a landscape architect, there was somebody from the neighborhood, somebody from a university, there was a biologist, a city planner. So, and we all, and the technique is, we have to wait here. So there's a circle, and you put yourself in this circle. So there's mild and strong and good or bad, or comfortable and not comfortable. And by the talk, by the experiences of others, you reposition yourself in every round. And you see people change from being moderate to quite extreme or going back. And it was very interesting to see how people were reacting on each other. And during the session, we invited some experts. So I was one of them, but also the architect involved was part of it. And we went to the site of the artwork to also explore how we felt about the actual place. So, for example, the art historian, he or she was really impressed by the oeuvre of Akonji, and she finally went to the piece. And when she was there, she was a bit disappointed because it was by the decay and she felt a bit alone. But the biologist, who was really in the beginning not enthused at all because it was too stony and he didn't like the place, he discovered a rare plant, and he said, well, this is really a quality because this sort of plant never grows in the city. So the remoteness became an extra quality of the site. And the city planner, that was for me very important that she was present as well. She had to integrate all these ideas about more green, the best coffee in town, and new bicycle lanes, how to integrate all these functions into a new design. And because we made this kind of safe space to talk about these issues and to get a sort of priorities, she sort of understood what was important for the next phase of this artwork. And so I was very happy actually to see last last month, the final design of the area, where I sort of felt like the penny had dropped. So that was my goal actually. But another thing happened that one of our participants met a student from the Polytechnic, and because the Polytechnic said, well, our students have nothing with this artwork. They never, they don't go there. It's too far away. But then we heard a story of Sha Kamuruku, a student from Botswana, an IT student, who told one of the participants that she always went there with her friends, and that she was also a filmmaker and a poet. And so we invited her to make a small registration or a small work of her experience. And she made a small clip about it. I would like to show it. Here are some more pictures of the session we did. So I would like to conclude with that I think this artwork helps us in showing the world around and having has the ability to test these qualities and to talk about it and to open up the discussion, and it not I don't think we should not cover it with a glass bowl, but to give it oxygen and to make that new stories can appear, so that this artwork becomes an inspiration for the city, for the people who live there, and for other artists. So, thank you, and I'd like to show the last clip.
Thank you, Vincent, for your presentation. As usual, there is a space for some questions, if any. I'm sorry, I need to give you the microphone. I'll check it.
In your view, are there any convergences or divergences between work of landscape architects and architects? For example, you have a Dutch artist called Bozem, or Bouzem,
Yeah.
Who works in very particular way with the landscape, but still it's very much anchored in Dutch landscape. So do you see any influences of the art world?
Where you and I intertwine
Sorry,
with
I just
art's
hear
grace.
the music of the clip, but
Then wind
do you mind
and
if I
harmony
can
dance,
come back
and
to
the
your
subtle
question after
murmur
the-
of
after
water
the film?
holds our trance.
Sorry, but we can't process the video. We can process the sound, but not the video.
Oh, that's
what's going on.
okay. That's a pity, but sorry for that. Technique always. No, and then I go back to your question. So your question was if there's a difference between artist and landscape architect.
Convergence and divergence. You know, if do you feel that actually some cross-fertilization of those professions?
Yeah, well, in the Netherlands, many of the landscape artworks happened after Sonsbeek 71, which was a big exhibition, which is around every 10 years in Arnhem. And at that time, it was some of the American land artists like Morris and were really wanted to escape from the museum and want to be part of society, of also landscape changes. And yeah, so I think that movement really made visible what is possible in the landscape and to get a certain sensitivity. And Marinus Boezem, he's obsessed by, or not obsessed, but he's really focused on the image of the cathedral. Actually, the cathedral, the plan of the cathedral was seen from above, and he used that pattern to make a new plan of the cathedral, but with trees. And this work is already 25 years old now, and are planted in this polder, which is new land near Lelystad. And but the trees have grown a little bit too fast, and the ground was sinking more than they expected. So some of the trees have already died. He expected it to last a lifetime, to grow and to fall apart. But as he is still alive, he's around 85 now, or almost 90. we could talk with him about how to continue this artwork and how it could relive, if we could replace the dying trees, for example, or if we should just leave it alone. And he was, and this place is extremely popular. People get married there. It is being used in video clips. Also, artists use it as a surrounding for their new works. So I think that this is a very good example of how artists change the landscape and also create a kind of identity for this area, which wasn't there before. So I really liked the presentation of Martin, where he described the lines and the sort of order which is created. Well, the Netherlands is a very artificial landscape. It's mostly all created by man. So these lines are very present. So culture and land are very close together. And I think art helps us to read that landscape and to think about the future. More questions?
If it's not a secret, I saw there a questionnaire when you were on site. And could you maybe share one or two questions that the person who was there was evaluating on the space?
Sorry, I don't know if I understood your question correct.
When you were on site, there was a questionnaire. And if it's not a secret, if you could share some questions.
Yes. Oh, maybe we can go back. I can translate. I don't know.
Because it's very interesting. I would like also to evaluate the space with some respondents, but I'm still struggling with the right questions.
Yes. If we can, the slides, I think one. Yeah, this one. Oh.
Yeah, that's
this one.
Exactly. What
so the first question is, describe something which lights up, what draws your attention.
Okay.
And the answer is, I felt attracted to the water, to stand at the water. It's cold and windy, but it also could be sunny. What does it say?
So was it divided like they should first look at the space and what they feel, like emotional perception, and then maybe evaluate the whole space or the division or the architecture, and then something additional, what they would like to have there on the space extra?
So we went there in groups. So we had the session first at the Hogeschool, which is just nearby. So that took about 1.5 hours, and then we went to the site and stayed there for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, because it was quite a chilly day. Yeah. And then so it was very important also to share the feelings you had with the rest of the group. And as they were all having different expertise, like the biologist or the city planner, there was this safe space created.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Thank you very much.
And this is the rare plant which was found by the biologist, which is only this, but.
So one more question, if any. So we make sure that the video from your link will come to the participants online. Okay. So we will send it by email, that they don't lose it. Sorry for that.
You can also see it on the website.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your participation. So we will continue. Marisa, it's your time now. Marisa from Royal College of Art.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'm under 5. Just a few seconds only. Can I just, when I do like this, we go? Yes, perfect. Thank you. Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to be part of this conference. As Jan said, I'm Marisa Ferreira, PhD student at the Royal College of Art in London. My research explores waste capacity to testify colonial geographies and explores waste as an alternative material, raw material for art production in public space. The research critically investigates the complex relationship between consumption, waste, and society, and focus on the creative potential of ruin waste and the colonial production of the other, to challenge our concept of waste and the way we perceive and experience the world of things in order to foster a more just and sustainable future. My presentation is threefolded. First, I will go through the interdisciplinary methodology that I use to read, map, analyze, and interpret the landscape of a future mine. Then I present the research findings, and I conclude by reading a short fragment note from one of the field trips. Drawing from Edward Said's concept of imaginative geographies, the project explores the line where fiction and reality blur to reconstruct events through the geological layer and traces left by industrial development in places under extractive colonialism and popular resistance, economic disputes, and ecological crises. My project is grounded in Covas do Barroso, a future open-pit lithium mine in north of Portugal, and provides insights into its complex landscapes by focusing on the emotional and political aspects of interactions between subjects and site of extraction through observations, descriptions, speculations, and fragments of lived experiences. This attempt to provide a close reading of the role of power dynamics and systems of control in shaping human experience and physical space with political and ideological influences that together contribute to the creation of Covas do Barroso landscapes as a geopolitical space. As Edward Said defined them in Orientalism in 1979, imaginative geographies are techniques of a representation, ways of ordering places through specific images, codes, and conversations that both reflect and enable relations of power. Building on the work of Simon Sullivan and David Burrows, who explores fictioning as a creative and critical method for engaging with complex and layered realities, I explored fictioning the landscape through forensic, geological, and archaeological imagination, walking and site writing as a means of generating knowledge through subjective, speculative, and imaginative experiments. By adopting a forensic lens, I wanted to combine scientific inquiry with creative expression to focus on both the aesthetic qualities of materials and their capacity to document past events, human activities, environment changes, or overlooked social injustice to hidden histories, meanings, and power dynamics. My fictional text, Notes on a Journey to Covas do Barroso, written in early 2021, evokes a speculative journey into landscapes shaped by the invisible forces of extraction and marks the beginning of my desire to translate movement into writing as an act of witnessing and documenting a site. I use a transmediation to translate what I experience or observed empirically and performatively into writing, a process that blurs the real, the imaginative, and the fictional. Together with photography, interdisciplinary group walks, and soil samples analyzed under the microscope, these methods allowed me to a deeper engagement with the material world, revealing ways in which material objects and sites of extraction carry human stories, imbued with the labor, struggles, traumas, desires, memories, resilience, and power dynamics of those who engage with them. Fictioning the landscape at the very beginning of this research project granted me the freedom to speculate about possible lines of inquiry that allowed me to perceive ruin waste as a silent witness of the complex relationships between people, nature, and industry, not as separated identities, but entangled in a planetary scale. No, we can stay in the last one. Thank you. So I'm just reading some fragmented notes from a text I wrote in a field trip. The banners "No to Mines, Yes to Life" still floating in the air by the football pitch. Covers de Barroso is under a dramatic transformation, yet life moves at a different pace in the village. The 15 minutes journey allows us to discover living experience of contemporary exploitation through a series of stories of direct intimidation, coercion, threats, and oppression. This beautiful scenario contrasts with its invisible ones. Covers de Barroso feels like a place where a few bodies decide the destiny of many. We walk further up. I'm surprised by the strength of local voices refusing to be silenced, the international bodies that reach out to stop what is about to be taken, the unity that become a movement of hope for a better future, to then once again be guided through the toxic landscapes and active forces that sediment a new geological layer of Covers de Barroso history. But wait, this fight against the restricted areas, forbidden photographic registers, running toxic waters, or forced displacements, as we observe on our way down, also gives glimpses that in an unjust geography lies the possibility for resistance and change. The gray clouds give now place to a potential brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Marisa. Thank you. I'm afraid that we are not able to give a space for the questions as we are out of time now. So I'll ask Carmen to continue if possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Carmen Mariscal, also from the Royal College of Arts. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. I will do with my arm the same thing as Marisa did to change slides. I'll be reading so that we stay on time as well. So I'm going to talk about case study, a project that I did in the ruins of Novopan, which was a factory in Oaxaca, near Oaxaca in Mexico. So for decades, the name Novopan had existed in my family's lexicon and in my own imagery. I had always associated it with Mexico's pre-Hispanic archaeological sites, Monte Albán, Teotihuacan, Mayapan, and Tenochtitlan, all of them ending in an, which derives from the Nahuatl languages acan, meaning place. Novopan was my first job, my father always said. So during a trip to Oaxaca, So during a trip to Oaxaca in the 1980s, after visiting the pre-Hispanic city of Monte Albán, he took us to see the industrial compound where he had once worked. The factory, which produced particle wood boards, was built around 1966 and was the first of its kind in the region. My father, a young civil engineer at the time, oversaw the supervision of its construction. Ever since, this industrial unit, always related to Monte Albán, has dwelt in my affective memory. In 2016, we returned to the factory. Surprisingly, we discovered a site in ruins. Novopan had been abandoned since 2001. In February 2023, I went back with a filmmaker friend, and I walked around this almost 12-hectare landscape where the factory once stood. The building remind me of a discarded carcass. The oven, silos, pipes, and chimneys had gone. A factory stripped of its members, now all holes and cavities. A site remembered, now demembered. A member is a limb, a body part. I engaged physically by touching the earth with my feet and holding some of the building's remains. I was remembering, joining its parts, layering rubble onto my limbs, the membranes of the building caressing my flesh. A membrane is a skin, a layer, a parchment. We can go more. And another one. And another one. These actions were filmed only 2 people were present in the process, the person filming me, who became the witness to this action, and myself. The films were then mounted on a 2-channel video installation. The images are composed of coming and goings between the telescopic and the almost microscopic views, mimicking different levels of proximity, from the personal to the collective, using camera on the shoulder and drones, embodied cameras and disembodied cameras. At the beginning, I had thought that my primary research method was, like in many of my projects, walking. Nevertheless, I began to question the practice of walking itself in this research. Was walking my only embodied method? Soon after, I understood that my method was not solely the act of walking in ruins and demolition sites, but it consisted of a more general embodied methodology, a multisensory approach that enabled me to engage closely with the materiality of the sites. Through this engagement, I addressed questions of memory and identification related to space, in particularly to mid and late 20th century Mexican architecture, or what is left of it. The embodied methods that I deploy in this research start with the encounter, with the encounter of place and matter through a sensory and thinking body. The body, as Ahmed and Stacy cited, is both the locus of thinking and the object of thought. This performative encounter enables the materiality of the sites and the body's matter to interact. Another one? Yeah. Not only do bodies have agency, but things also do. They possess a performative potential as well, says Eve Domanska. According to Karen Barad, performativity permits the matter to participate actively in the world's becoming and its continuous intra-activity. Similar to walk, or to perform an embodied action, it is a way of thinking and feeling in and with our bodies, and in and with other human and non-human matter. To walk is to feel and think in movement, said Engel and Vernost. It is not an external correspondence between the subjective states of the mind and the objectively given conditions of the material world, but rather a go-through in a world in formation, according to Engel, and become part of it. As I walked through the abandoned site of the Novopan factory, we can continue, I became aware of the contact of my bare feet on the ground and of the sense of hearing and touch and smell, all which inform my perception of space and matter. New sensations mingled with the memories of past experiences in those places. The act of remembering involved a process of re-experiencing. In this research, re-experiences is conducted through an embodied methodology, which, as I said, takes form of a performative encounter. It consists of a personal process with my body and its skin are the primary tools. In these actions, my body touches and is touched by itself and its surrounding. It is involved, as Merleau-Ponty said, in a double sensation, and each level of touch is touched by all possible others, according to Barad. So, it was by feeling the dermis of the building onto mine that I remembered Novopan, skins and ruins, palimpsests of personal and collective histories. And this is a very short video.
Thank you very much. Jestli můžeme dál, tak prosím paní Kateřinu Krebsovou.
Our next speaker is Kateřina Krebsová.
Jo, dobrý den. Já jsem se...
Hello everyone. I hope I can move through the slides. I hope I will be able to control them. It would be very helpful. Oh, it's working. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Kateřina Krebsová. I work as an architect and I'm a third-year PhD student under Cyril Říha. Oh, it's not working anymore. My joy was premature. Next slide, please. So, I'm doing an artistic research with a theoretical and a practical part. In my research, I'm focusing on architects who studied architecture, but they are trying to work a bit differently. I must do a theoretical part as well in my PhD, so I decided to study environmental history and theory of architecture to understand how the field of architecture is linked to the most burning issues of current times. Here I'm going to only present the theoretical part. The history of architecture is usually formulated within the history of art as a history of forms. But I also have this chart which shows that 37% that buildings are and construction is responsible for 37% of world emissions. So this is related to the worldwide ecosystem crisis, which endangers the environment, nature, as well as people to different extents, depending to where you live, of course. My talk is based on two authors. Barnabas Calder is the first one. He is the author of the history of architecture from the perspective of how energy was produced in different times. The second book is Histories of Ecological Design by Lydia Kallipolis, who explores the roots of reflections on ecology, and on the basis of this she interprets architecture and design. First, I will focus on the period 1858 onwards, so that's the Industrial Revolution. Barnabas Calder speaks about it. So before the Industrial Revolution, the main source of energy in Europe was burning wood, but then, due to population growth and the invention of the steam machine, led to the massive use of coal. And this had many impacts that we know from the history of architecture, a massive growth of cities. This is an example of there's an example of Liverpool, for example. This is Smíchov. If we look at the production of coal from a broader perspective, the author mentions in the book that with coal mining, the modern developer was born, meaning someone who speculates with the prices of land. Because before the revolution, land was mainly used for agriculture. But now, with the growth of cities, the land use changed. There was a crisis of housing, slums appeared in Liverpool, for example, population growth. So this led to burning social issues we can still see in Prague today. The housing crisis is there. This is the Virgin case. It's a mobile greenhouse that was used to import exotic plants from distant lands to Europe. So this is a product that contributed to the categorization of plant and animal species as well. Ernst Haeckel was the first to use the term ecology to describe the relationship between an animal and its environment. Ernst Haeckel separates species like this with the human species being above all others. This is the current collection of the National Museum in Prague, which shows once again that categorization of species and some hierarchies, this is something that's part of the norm today. That's how we perceive. We are used to it, and it is a legacy of colonialism. Now I'd like to look at the era from 1850 onwards. In this period, from 1950 onwards, so oil prices dropped, as well as the prices of natural gas. In gray, you can see fossil fuels. So you can see we have a big problem with energy sources, and nuclear energy also appeared. At the beginning, it created a lot of optimism. This period is framed as an era when we started, or humanity started, to see the Earth as an entity. You can see this diagram by Howard Odum depicting different flows of energy. It is based on electric circuits. This is from my studio. We use similar diagrams in architecture and civil engineering until these days. I spoke about the big energy boom and an engineering project of Earth as itself, as such. And this explains designs like this one, utopic designs. Nowadays, you cannot really see such huge designs, only maybe in states with big reserves of oil. We can distinguish two main building types enabled by new sources of energy. The first type is these huge buildings with air conditioning, elevators. This is the second building by Mies van der Rohe, which it's usually interpreted as a success, as a symbol of its time, but we can also view it in a critical way, because the facades let a lot of heat in, but at the time no one thought about this aspect. So it's a sort of a memorial of the climate crisis and of an unresponsible approach. The second consequence is urbanization. Asphalt is a typical oil product, and we can see it everywhere on the roads. The roads are often wider than they could be. That's why cars drive faster. So this is linked to the question of safety in cities. Another notion significant for this era is the third environment. This means the creation of interiors with stable temperature. So regardless of the temperature outside, we have air-conditioned buildings where the temperature is constant. This is the Barbican Center. You can see the different layers addressed as an engineering problem. Jonathan Crary. This is the controlled interior space, and Jonathan Crary links it to the pressure to perform, because we have this stable environment, which means that we have to work, we have to perform at least 8 hours a day in this environment. The aesthetics of current times is something I'm not going to comment. Concerning energy, well, you are here, so you probably like attending conferences. The issue of renewable energies is closely related to storage, mining lithium, storing energy in lithium batteries, and there will be a conference on this the first weekend in November, so I'd like to invite you to this conference. There are solutions like the 15-minute city, mass transportation or public transportation to replace cars. I think you all know that. I don't need to comment on this. Governments are trying to deal with the issue of energy and environmental issues, but my experience is that architects are often asked to design some unilateral solutions, which are not always possible. I'd like to mention Architectural Lobby from New York. They address working conditions of architects. They also have a working group for the Green Deal, trying to make the transformation just for everyone. And I think I'm out of time, and we can have a chat in the break.
Our next speaker is Barbora Millerová. The following speakers, Ida Fuhlíková and Vladimír Arnošt, are not able to join today. My name is Barbora Millerová. I'm a graphic designer originally, but my PhD is interdisciplinary in visual studies. I explored visual activism strategies. I was interested in the connection between the visual culture around us. And today I would like to speak about visual mapping. I'm sorry, I thought I would have 20 minutes, so I thought I would be able to go more in detail. So I will have to speed it up, and I will speak about deep mapping. So, in deep mapping, we want to take a small land, a small territory, and find different layers, different narratives. The outcomes of deep mapping are usually textual, but I work with visual media. So I'll just show you a few examples to give you an idea. These pictures are from a book that I created with my students in Ústí nad Labem. We did a deep mapping of a neighborhood. So it's really about looking at different layers of the environment, how the locals relate to the environment. It's also about the informal relationships. These people are not owners of the land, but they live there. So we have created also sound maps. We included random photographs that we found in the dustbin. I will skip this, but I would like to mention some key ideas of critical cartography to explain the origins of deep mapping, to explain to what it reacts to. So, deep mapping actually criticizes traditional cartography because there is the traditional cartography reflects power relationships. It usually there are historians like G.B. Harley and others who show how the history of cartography is closely linked to military and political history. Follows syndrome, putting the most important thing in the center. Cartography enabled colonialism. Once we put things on paper, we can cut them with scissors. Another important notion in critical cartography is terra nullius, no one's land. This is often intentionally used to distort narratives around some environments. For example, in early urban maps, slums are not included. There are other examples that will come to your mind when we speak about liminal spaces, vague terrains. They are also often presented as no one's land. And it's a manipulation. It's saying that you can basically do anything you like on this land because it belongs to no one. Oh, this is a map of Virginia, the early colonization of America, where you can only see white settlements. You cannot see indigenous people. This is a map of Congo, and once again, it doesn't include very old settlements or ports because colonialist Europe wants to show Africa as an empty continent where nothing exists and it's only waiting for us to do something. So there are many approaches, not just deep mapping. There's art mapping, everyday mapping. Some originated in the world of art, like deep mapping. There's also map hacking. For example, activists took databases of police brutality and they linked this to Google Maps. So you could see cases of police brutality in American cities. Now let me tell you more about deep mapping. It's a grassrooted approach to geography. It doesn't address big, or it doesn't work with big demographic data. It is subjective. It is openly subjective. It includes also marginalized people, little footpaths, migration corridors of animals. So it really tries to look at the location from many different angles, from many different fields. The aim of deep mapping is to explore an area as small as possible, as deeply as possible. So, for example, you explore local legends. Actually, what matters is not whether the legend is true or not, because the legend is alive. It's about exploring unexplored places. Deep mapping studies tradition, crafts, using natural resources. Now, the specific methodology of Ned Brun and Bruno Sacramento to find artists. So this methodology was created for the Scottish Sculpture Workshop. So first you choose a site in a landscape, pay attention to detail, be surprised. As a nomad or an amateur student, include different layers of knowledge in your research. Agricultural knowledge, archaeology, family history, genealogy, politics, religion, topography. Find as much as possible about the history of the site. Explore the area using a motor vehicle, with public transportation, on foot. Talk to local people. Study oral history of the site. Notice the language, the dialect spoken by locals. The people's metaphors, the intonation of the people. Write down everything. This is a picture from a deep mapping workshop that I facilitated in Serbia, in Novi Sad, at the outskirts of the city. They are trying to transform it into a cultural hub. One of the participants explained how he was exploring animal paths, and I went there, and in the end I had this extremely interesting encounter with a fox. So here, to conclude, are some of my tips. I work with visual methods, so for me it's important to carry out a visual research, or a research of visual traditions of the locations, of the location. I use techniques like deep listening sessions. Pauline Oliveiros developed these techniques. Mindfulness and physical contact are very useful as well. Anthropological methods of observation are very useful as well. So to conclude, I would like to say that yesterday when we came back from the trip field, I was entering the metro station here in Davitska, and I saw a gentleman selling flowers, and I remember him from a long time ago when I used to buy flowers from him some 15 years ago. And I thought, wow, this man must have an extraordinary experience with this site. So I think that if this entrance to the metro was to be transformed, they should definitely consult this gentleman.
Jakkoliv jsme ve skluzu, tak pokud by byl nějaký dotaz na paní Millerovou, tak předtím, než dáme slovo panu Entovi, jeden.
Já jsem možná byl nepozorný, ale k čemu deep mapping používáte ve své praxi? Nebo jako proč konkrétně o tom mluvíte a jak to používáte? Děkuju.
No, jakoby já ho vlastně pro svoji nějakou praxi, jakože to, čím se živím, vůbec nepotřebuji. Já jinak organizuju festivaly, ilustrace a kreslím obrázky do knížek. Ale vlastně mě strašně, přišlo mi to jako hrozně dobrá metoda, když jsem vyučovala grafický design na univerzitě, jak rozšířit studentům ten rejstřík nástrojů, který používají v běžné rešerši. Protože ten set nástrojů, který se v grafickém designu používá, je nějak jako daný a vlastně mi připadá, že nástroje, který používáte, hrozně šejpujou to, co pak vytváříte a tyhle prostředky to můžou nějakým způsobem rozšířit a co si z nich, který ten student potom odnese, je už na něm. Takže jsem to jakoby využívala pro výuku hlavně, ale přišlo mi na tom taky vlastně zajímavý, když jsem se s tou metodologií setkala, tak mi přišlo zvláštní a určitě ten pocit znáte, že vlastně zjistíte, že někdo dal dohromady něco, co vy nějak intuitivně už nějakou delší dobu děláte a najednou to jako získá nějaký konkrétní tvar, ale vlastně vám to je už dlouho povědomí, něco takového už jste jako dávno dělal, tak to pro mě ta metodologie byla.
Dobrý den, já se jmenuji Zdeněk Kent, nejsem ani doktorant, ani student, ale, což mě možná mrzí, ale pracuji na IPRu a vedu tam, můžeme to zvětšit, vedu tam projekt Příměstský park Soutok. Prosím vás, zvedněte ruku, kdo zná Příměstský park Soutok, abych věděl. No to je super, hele, tak Takže dobrý, je tady spousta spolupracovníků, kteří se na tom podíleli, tak to mám radost a děkuju za to a musím říct, že jestli to nevíte, jak jsme teďka dostali cenu v Birminghamu, jo, za jako krajinářský projekt, přehlídka světových projektů a my jsme zvítězili, obsadili jsme první místo společně s nějakým prostě projektem z Harvard University, jo, takže Praha a Harvard, to je teďka ta společnost. Já vám nebudu představovat projekt Soutok, ale vlastně tady vidíte axonometrii a jedná se o nějakých 1300 hektarů říční nivy. V podstatě je to příměstská krajina, což je problém, takže to je taky trošku jako území nikoho a chci vám představit výzkum uměním, který vlastně má za úkol, aby to území si stalo územím někoho. Takže když půjdeme těma šipičkama, co se stane? Jo, můžeme dál, tady to je nějaká dokumentace, zpracovali jsme guide plán, můžeme dál. Guide plán je to více vrstevnatý dokument, který obsahuje strategii, jak založit park, jak ho financovat a tak dál. A druhá level, úroveň je revitalizace krajiny. A důležitý jsou pak pilotní projekty, které ukazují příklady a takové jako iniciační momenty. Můžeme dál. Dál. Tady se dostáváme k tomu, o čem chci mluvit. Je to umění a participace. Dál. Vidíte? Jo, a tohle je vlastně úvodní slide, který je strašně důležitý, protože my jsme vlastně zkoumali, jestli je možné umění a jakým způsobem zapojit do nějakého územního rozvoje. A zvolili jsme vlastně formu interpretačních center, což nejsou kamenné instituce, centrále, jsou to spíš nějaké objekty nebo události přímo v krajině, které mají specifické vlastnosti a které jsme chtěli zprostředkovat vlastně místním lidem i návštěvníkům. Zvolili jsme každý 3 měsíce zpátky? Dobrý. Každý 3 měsíce se tam konala komunitní slavnost a zapojili jsme umělce Tomáš Žižka, který vlastně je specialista na site-specific metody. Pracovali na tom studenti z FAMu a řešitelem byla i Vysoká škola ekonomická. Vlastně tady při tom poznávání té krajiny je důraz kladen na zážitek, na emoční zážitek, což ten umělec dokáže nějakým způsobem vychmátnout a zkoušeli jsme, jestli ten emoční zážitek přinese nějaký intimnější kontakt s tím místem, na kterým se nacházíte. Důležité bylo, že jsme se snažili, aby si to, nebo záměrem bylo, aby si to dělali sami, ty místní, protože to je nejlepší, to nedá moc práce a je to vlastně věc udržitelnosti. A jestli pak jsme zkoumali, jestli je možný to vlastně použít jako nástroj participace a vlastně iniciovat takzvaný aktivní občany, kteří mají zájem o přírodu a o tu krajinu. Můžeme dál. Tady jsou metody. Vlastně sem spadají i ty metody, které nějakým způsobem byly tady prezentovány. Já teda jsem si oblíbil soundwalking a divadlo jako sociální akt, což je nějaká obnova rituálu a pro mě bych vlastně v další práci bych se chtěl věnovat tomu, jako to posunout až k nějaké invokaci vlastně kontaktu s krajinou. Můžeme dál. Dál. A tady vidíme, my jsme si zvolili 5 témat. 2 jsou takový jako komplexnější, to je diverzita krajiny, není to jenom biodiverzita, ale jako sociální, kulturní a v podstatě kdo tam co dělá a jak tam působí. Potom duchovní rozměr krajiny, který je spíš o... To je 5 minut, nebo? To je v pohodě. Duchovní rozměr krajiny je spíš o kulturně historické stopě a takovým nějakým oslovení vlastně pocitovým. Pak jsou konkrétnější témata, je pastva, nová divočina. Jsme zkoumali pod Radotínským mostem, jsme tam měli kozy, které tam ještě budou a zjišťovali jsme vlastně, jak působí na tu novou divočinu a vlastně dělali jsme tam i setkání s dětmi. A teďka, když rozklikneme duchovní rozměr krajiny, no tak to je jedno. Tohle to je vlastně ta komplexní, pojďte dolů. Tohle to byla největší vlastně ještě dolů. Ve spolupráci s galerií hlavně města Prahy jsme tam dělali festival umění a přírody. Můžeme dál tady. Tohle to jsou webové stránky projektu, kde se můžeme dál dolů. Tady to můžeme rozkliknout. A tady souvisí tady vlastně umělkyně Kristýna uspořádala vlastně takzvanou symfonii pro Berounku. To mělo několik částí. Nejdřív se uklidila skládka, pak se ze skládky vybraly rostodivné předměty. Z rostodivných předmětů se postavily rostodivné hudební nástroje a pak se vlastně na tom setkání společně s kapelou Zrní, myslím se jmenuje, vlastně se tam rostodivně jamovalo. Jo. Takže si to všichni užili. Další, když tak, jo. Tohle je zajímavé, to byla konstrukce skládacího pódia, která se jmenovala Laboratoř proměny a je zajímavý, že 3 dny po skončení to někdo ukrad i se vším všude, takže takhle rychlou proměnu jsme fakt nečekali. Můžeme zpátky. Když rozklikneme tady duchovní rozměr krajiny, tak jsem vám chtěl ukázat vlastně, že jsme pracovali s nějakým orální historií, storytelling a s nějakou jako poetikou. A tady je vidět to zapojení těch místních. Když půjdeme dolů, zvětšíme to, podíváme se na fotky, tak uvidíme, že tam docházelo jako k nějakému kontaktu vlastně emočnímu. Děti vytvářely, byl tam ten pracovní workshop a děti vytvářely vlastně stínou hru, legendu, která se týkala toho místa. Můžeme zpátky. Tak jedeme na další. Ne, šipečka. Další šipečka. Tady. Jo, to jsou výsledky vlastně toho výzkumu. Já si myslím, že to skvěle zafungovalo a vlastně se nám z toho vytvořily další vlastně takový 3 pilíře. Na Zbraslavě existuje 3 klinik, kde jako je psychiatrická léčebna a doktorky nás oslovily, že ty programy, co jsme vyzkoumali, že se perfektně hodí pro léčení vlastně psychických poruch dětí a mládeže. Jo. Takže tam chystáme vlastně otevřít v podstatě největší blázinec pod širým nebem ve střední Evropě, jo. Ale kde vlastně ty děti budou vlastně pracovat prostřednictvím zooterapie a umělecké terapie a tak dále a budou se tam léčit. Další vlastně učebna pod čirým nebem je nějaký podle mě způsob, jak pracovat s těmi komunitami a jak vlastně budovat ty hrdý komunity, které jsou hrdí na to místo, kde žijí a mají zájem o jeho rozvoj a tady v tom případě o jeho ochranu. A pak tam máme ještě ambici vlastně založit think tank pro krajinu 21. století, kde bychom pozorovali a testovali opatření na změnu klimatu v příměstské krajině. Zkusíme dál. Cesta kolem Berounky, to je ten projekt, který je teďka připravený. Tady je nová jahodárna u Radotinské lávky, kde by mohlo být takový centrum a tam by se mohly soustředit tyhle ty 3 vlastně pilotní činnosti. Můžeme dál. Jo, tady mám radost, že vlastně ta první přednáška končila citátem z Bruno Latoura a Nikolase Schulze, protože ten Latour říká, že vlastně problém dnešní doby je to, že žijeme, nebo že svět, ve kterém žijeme, nekoresponduje se světem, ze kterého žijeme. A to, že je velký průser a takhle, že to dál nejde. A vlastně jsem si vybral citát, který říká vlastně, jak se tomu bránit, definovat sami sebe v komunitě a prozkoumávat vlastně to, na čem jsme závislí, což je nějaká živá síť, řekněme, i té biosféry. Tady vidíte doporučenou literaturu a myslím si, že to je jako, pro mě teda to byl objev vlastně letošního léta a spojilo mi to dohromady vlastně tu práci na tom projektu, vlastně ten význam, jo, takže ať je ekologická civilizace a ještě jsem, kdyby měl někdo zájem, tak jak na to, na ty věci je tady popsáno v metodice interpretace aspektů krajiny prostřednictvím umění. Vemte si, zbývá pár výtisků, tak abyste to nepropásli. Tak děkuju.
Moc děkujeme.
Jo, a ještě jsem chtěl říct, jako, kdyby byl zájem, tak tam mám 3minutový filmík o tom projektu, jo, ale...
Je to váš oběd, takže hlasujte.
Kdo chce vidět film?
Všichni se chceme podívat.
Mohl bych poprosit režii teda? Jestli se to podaří, zkusíme to. Tak moc krát děkuji za pozornost. Tak...
Jinak ještě mám v ruce mikrofon, takže pokud jsou dotazy, než se to podaří, tak je prostor.
Jo, dotazy? Napište.
To bude možná zajímavější než dotaz. Video vypadá, že bude fungovat.
Na jižním předpolí Prahy se při soutoku řek nachází rozsáhlá říční niva, která z krajinného hlediska představuje rodinné stříbro. Spojuje 11 obcí Středočeského kraje, 5 městských částí a jen Praze nabízí přes 1300 hektarů nezastavěné krajiny s obrovským potenciálem. Bohužel kvůli extrémní fragmentaci a nevhodným zásahům hrozí krajině nevratné poškození.
Soukromí vlastníci zde mají své často protichůdné zájmy a hrozí nadměrná exploatace a poškození krajiny.
Jedním ze způsobů, jak čelit klimatické změně, je zdravá krajina. Říční krajina musí být plná vody, kde řeka má svůj prostor, kde jsou mokřady, tůně a jezera. Obnova takové krajiny je jedním ze základních kamenů příměstského parku Soutok.
Dalším vlastně důležitým aspektem toho parku je vlastně zpřístupnění krajiny lidem, aby se tu člověk cítil dobře, aby tady se mohl rekreovat, něco poznávat a zažívat. A tohle dohromady, když se podaří, tak to má obrovskou synergii.
Příměstský park je nástrojem, který pomáhá chránit otevřené zelené prostory na periferii sídel, tak aby mohli obyvatelům poskytovat řadu ekosystémových služeb. Má roli při přizpůsobování se změně klimatu, zmírňuje efekt tepelných ostrovů a chrání města před povodněmi. V rámci snahy o založení příměstského parku Soutok vzniklo již v roce 2015 memorandum a o rok později byla iniciována otevřená platforma Společně na Soutoku. Díky odborným průzkumům a finanční podpoře z fondů EHP a Norska pak mohl vzniknout projekt Příměstský park jako nástroj pro snižování dopadů klimatické změny. V rámci projektu vznikl guideplan neboli návod na založení a udržitelnost příměstského parku, který kromě širších vztahů a potenciálu říční nivy jako celku přináší i návrh revitalizace krajiny a řešení konkrétních projektů na území Prahy. Guideplán je založen na 4 principech: zmírnění průběhu povodní, ochrana přírody, zaručení přístupu veřejnosti k pohybovým a volnočasovým aktivitám a podpora zelené ekonomiky.
Já si myslím, že je důležitý říct, že je to otevřený systém. Nemá to být nějaká uzavřená věc, jak jsme zvyklí v Čechách, že máme územní plán a ten trvá 15 let.
Současně v území začala vznikat síť angažovaných občanů, kteří mají zájem o zdravou krajinu a oblast říční nivy chápou jako jeden celek. Výstupem jsou environmentální vzdělávací programy založené na přímém kontaktu s přírodou, které přináší pocit sounáležitosti a budou využity pro prevenci a léčení psychických poruch.
Příroda nám pomáhá sklidnit nervovou soustavu a pomáhá nám regulovat, takže nás vyloženě vrací do rovnováhy.
A zejména cílíme na spojení s přírodou, kterou máme všude okolo nás a za pomocí projektu Soutok tohle můžeme společně dosáhnout.
Ještě jednou děkujeme. Díky. Tak a máme před sebou poslední 2 příspěvky před tím zkráceným obědem. Miroš Birka už asi nebude, omlouváme se. Takže kolega Čibík je na řadě. 5 minut.
Raz, tak iný Miro prichádza, tak zakiaľ sa tam načíta moja prezentácia, inak zdravím prekladateľov, slovenčina prichádza. Venujem sa od roku 2021 bielým miestam, čiže nejakým výpadkami mestskej hmoty, mestskej matérie. A tá prednáška, ktorú som si pre vás pripravil, je mierená už na druhý cyklus tohto výskumu, ktorý sa venuje medzipriestorom alebo medzihmote v meste, konkrétne sídliskám. Môžeme ďalej. Najprv však som vám chcel ukázať, že zadefinovať pojem biele miesta alebo vôbec prísť nejakou typológiou je prakticky nereálne. A to, čo vidíte na obrazovke, je výstup jednej kolegyne, ktorá sa o to pokusila. Za mňa je to prakticky nemožné, pretože sa tam deje tzv. Multipojmovosť, kde vlastne niekoľko pojmov hovorí o tej jednej istej veci. Preto ďalší slajd. A preto ja som skôr vychádzal z delenia mesta na centrum mesta, čiže to máme nejaké klasické CMZ-ky, centrálna mestská zóna, potom ten medzipriestor, ktorý dnes spomeniem, a periféria. Momentálne ten výskum, ktorý je aj financovaný, tak rieši práve prvú časť a druhú časť a periféria nás ešte čaká. Ďalší slajd. A dôležitejšie ako prísť nejakou typológiou, tak som sa snažil v tej centrálnej mestskej zóne vytipovať nejaké scenáre, ktoré sa opakujú prakticky v každom nejakom väčšom meste. Čiže sú to také klasické výpadky, kde scenár 1 napríklad hovorí o typickej prieluke, 2 je nejaké predpolie budovy, 3 je vnútroblok, 4 je nejaký urban gap alebo nejaká medzera a 5 je chýbajúca rožná zástavba. Ďalej. Momentálne teda v tom cykle 1 sa nám podarilo zmapovať už následovné mesta. Je to teda krajské mesto Nitra, Žilina. V tej Žiline sa nám dokonca podarilo s jednou diplomantkou vyhrať najdiplomovú prácu v rámci Slovenska za minulý rok. A ďalej je to Trnava a mesto Der a ešte nás čakajú Nové Zámky, Bratislava, Košice. Ďalej. Začína to klasickým mapovaním, kde si všímame najmä teda nejaké majetkoprávne vzťahy, funkčno-priestorovú analýzu, územný plán, ale aj ďalších kopec X analýz a výsledkom sú povedzme nejaké možné scenáre, čo s týmito priestormi ďalej. Sú tam teda klasické nejaké dostavby, teda hovoríme aj o návrate tej hmote a doplnením povedzme uličnej čiary, alebo reagujeme na územný plán, ktorý je samozrejme aktuálny a daný, ale teda prichádzame, môžeme ďalej, aj s nejakými inými prvkami, inými intervenciami, či už zelenými intervenciami ďalej, alebo teda aj možno nejakými vodnými prvkami ďalej, prípadne nejakými krátkodobými eventami, športovými aktivitami, performance, umeleckými, intermediálnymi vecami. Ďalej. Môžeme ďalej ešte. A nejakými small-scale architektúrami alebo povedzme sochou. Ďalej. Tiež sa zaoberám v mojom výskume aj s využívaním AI, kde vlastne do priestorov týchto výpadkov prichádzam s nejakým promptom, alebo teda nechávam to čisto na umelú inteligenciu, ktorá sem dosadza svoje veci a snažím sa potom pozrieť na to, že čo z toho je povedzme reálne alebo nie. Myslím si, že tá rúžová šmíkalka až tak reálna nie je, ale strašne by som si ju tam prial. Ďalej. No a teda ten druhý cyklus mierí minúta na sídliskové medzipriestory, kde v podstate ideme podobnou metodikou. Najprv sme sa zamerali na najväčšie alebo jedný z najväčších sídlisk na Slovensku, kde sme teda pozorovali tú typizáciu, prefabrikáciu týchto sídlisk, kde teda architekti v tom čase, ak chceli spraviť nejaký zaujímavejší priestor, tak v podstate pracovali len s tými blokmi a tie nám vytvárajú všelijaké takéto zákutia. Môžeme ďalej. Tie sme študovali ďalej a prišli s nejakými zase 5 scenármi, ktoré sa objavujú najčastejšie. Tento výskum je zatiaľ len v plienkach, takže možno sa objavia ďalšie, alebo to nejak ešte prekopeme. A teda zase výsledkom sú nejaké nápady, scenáre, čo s týmito priestormi ďalej, kde cieľom je vlastne spracovať mapu každého sídliska, poprepájať tieto priestory a integrovať ich do siete verejných priestorov sídliska, kde pracujeme s modelom tzv. Implózie, kde sídlisko oveľa viac zahusťujeme, verejný priestor nahradzame dostavbou, čiže pracujeme s menším verejným priestorom, ktorý je ľahšie udržateľný, ekonomicky zvládnutelný aj pre to mesto a skôr sa práve zameriavame na tie malé mikrooázy medzi tými panelmi ďalej a vytvárame nejakú sieť týchto miest v rámci jedného konkrétneho sídliska. Posledný slajd, myslím, kde teda mierime aj na funkciu okolitých bytov alebo bytových domov a snažíme sa teda prichádzať s tými intervenciami, ktoré by tam v realite teoreticky mohli existovať. Ďakujem za pozornosť.
Perfektní, moc děkujeme. Určitě máte prostor na dotaz, vyrobil jste si prostor.
Já jsem to jediný stihol totiž.
Přesně, proto oceňujeme tady. Tak všichni jsou asi natolik hladoví, že se nikdo na nic neptá. Aha, musím přinést mikrofon, aby to slyšeli i ostatní.
Tak já se teda chci zeptat, jestli nějak v těch nápadech pracujete s tím, že tyhle ty proluky jsou často takový jako temný a spoustu lidí se bojí třeba po setmění do nějaký temný úzký uličky, tak jestli je nějaký nápad, jak tomuhle třeba předcházet nebo jak to zpříjemnit.
Jednak ten zásah teda môže mať prakticky rôznu podobu. Hovoril som o tej intermedialite, ale aj teda o rôznych funkciách, ale teraz spolu aj s kolegyňou, ktorá prichádza v podstate v prvom roku na doktorandskom štúdiu, a budeme zrejme robiť aj rôzne performatívne akty, kde týchto ľudí vlastne ako keby stiahneme do tej príluky tmavej a možno teda budeme od nich chcieť akoby vidieť tú reakciu. Ale samozrejme ten výsledok, ktorý sa tam budeme snažiť vyrobiť, bude v podstate tá oáza, o ktorej hovorím, čiže bude to priestor, ktorý bude súčasťou verejných priestorov. Takže tie neduhy toho priestoru by sa mali odstrániť, ale zase napríklad ten charakter toho priestoru nechceme nejak eliminovať. A neviem, či ste ma dokázali pochopiť, ale v podstate aj tie škaredé ako keby zákutia majú niekedy svoje čaro. Takže asi odstraníme len také, povedzme, veci, ktoré by možno vytvárali nejaký sociálny problém alebo nejaký takýto akože iný neduch, ale ponecháme ten charakter toho priestoru. Asi všetko.
Takový ještě malej doplňkovej, ale ty už si to, Miro, trošku zodpověděli, jestli vlastně, když to takhle naplánujete a většinu těch míst zahustíte, vlastně zmize, jestli tam zbude vůbec prostor pro nějakou spontanitu a jestli místa budou dost na to jako velký.
Tak trend bol suburbanizácia, ten je postupne na ústupe a viac sa zahustujú centra miest. A práve pri týchto mikropriestoroch ani ten územný plán nemá páky na to, aby sa dostávali. Sú to naozaj niekedy také priestory, ktoré sa dostávať už niekedy ani nedajú. A preto ja pracujem s tou hypotézou, že ten otvorený veľký verejný priestor, keď sa raz dostavia, tak práve tieto priestory môžu byť takým únikom z tej nejakej zahustenej zástavby, z toho hrozne šialeného proste rýchleho sveta a bude to priestor, ktorý ponúkne istý typ intimity. A tak. Ďakujem. Dobre. Ďakujem.
Tak a máme před sebou poslední prezentaci tohohle bloku a to je pana Aleše Hnízděla. Jak si tam někde najdete cestou ten mikrofon. Děkuju. Je tam na stolečku? Ano, to je on.
Tak já to přečtu jenom, protože...
I'm going to read it quickly. That will be the easiest way for me. Artistic research in PhD studies in the field of landscape architecture. It's about the adventures all around. Everything is pregnant with beauty. Every event has a poetic child in its belly. Nature, to see itself, invented the human eye. So that's my motto. The author is the Czech writer Bohumil Hrabal. Next slide, please. How to perceive artistic research in landscape architecture. It's a process aiming at creative visions, transforming landscape, public and private space. A landscape architect is a visionary creator, not perceiving space from a short-term perspective, but from a long-term perspective, looking at its quality, social function, content, and aesthetic preference, including poetry, musicality, and the picturesque dimension of space and its emotional impacts. The phenomenon of time plays an important role, and it is in this aspect that the visionary artistic approach is necessary. The form of the creative attitude is important as well, as it reacts to climate change and ecological aspects, environmental aspects. It examines relationships between space, materials, and sound in public space and in free landscape. It explores emotion in space, in the space of urbanized landscape, as well as in its natural form. It addresses poetry, musicality, philosophy, the spiritual dimension, and the memory of the place or the landscape, as well as its emotional component, including psychology. Every perception of nature can be transformed into a poem, thus creating the spirit of the place in the context of landscape sustainability in the public space, in urban entities and free landscape space. It is based on the history of a disappeared landscape, its memory, and the vague space of places in between. Artistic research focuses on the exploration of the atmosphere of the place and of the aspects that inform it. How to work with these principles in a creative way, naming the place with a specific mission where an artistic thought informs the conceptually selected space creating its atmosphere with a specific emotional form. A deep analysis of thought maps confronted with sociological research. Next slide. Artistic research focusing on sound and silence in space. The merging of natural sounds and civilization sounds. All this is combined in a landscape project. It is possible to collaborate with composers like Orchestra Berg and other music ensembles and composers. Artistic research generates a unique perception and presence towards the past and towards the future. It records the dynamics of processes as well as quiet stopping in the present moment. This is reflected in the artistic communicative form using current and future technologies. Research thus becomes an understanding, a creation of artistic projects, concepts, taking into account the memory of the place and of the public space. It raises public awareness, it reflects the current state of landscape, which is also a part of the outcomes of artistic research of landscape architecture. So the outcome is a project, a landscape project, supported with lots of research that uses plant material and its expressive potential. A landscape architect is the initiator of reincarnation of the landscape, but he or she can also be the one who will destroy the landscape. What are the methods? A landscape gesture is a conceptual artistic intervention into the landscape or public space. It can carry different contents and meanings. It can fulfill different roles, accentuate a colored line or a point in the scenery. In the form of land art, it is an autonomous artistic expression addressing specific topics, but it always reacts to the concrete site with respect to the place or to the landscape as a whole. It accentuates landscape or the chosen site location, creating a specific atmosphere. It impacts the perception of landscape or the meaning of a place of memory. It's a phenomenon of the memory of the landscape. A landscape gesture can help us perceive even tree branches in winter as cries in the space. In the same way, we can see dry trees and leave them as a memento mori. A landscape gesture can be understood in different ways. There are artistic and philosophical and psychological layers. All of this is the purpose of PhD artistic research of a landscape architect. Working with sound in landscape or in public space can be the subject of artistic research, analyzing the acoustics of a natural space natural environment, sound mirrors, masks, barriers, listening, zones of natural and composed sounds, creating acoustic ecology, diminishing sound pollution, sound smog that impacts both people and animals. This can be reduced by landscape interventions. In the past, the studies focused on quantifiable methods, quantifiable factors like temperature, humidity, etc. The results either confirmed or infirmed the hypotheses, but artistic research should also be included in PhD studies because, as it is said, the graduate will become an independent landscape architect. Therefore, creative research has its place, has its role in PhD studies. Of course, you need hard data. They constitute the backbone, but the artistic and creative component has to be there too. The characteristics of plants and their behavior at specific locations, these can be used as expressive means of what we are trying to say. In such a case, quantifiable data can support the design, just like matter, lines, space, and time. Are there any questions before lunch? No questions, apparently, so thank you very much. Now we will have lunch. Originally we had 1 hour for lunch, but now we have only 9 minutes. So let's agree on the time to continue, because we would like not to end too late. There are not many people now in the canteen, so it's 10 to 2. So let's meet here at 2:30. There are some cakes. There's the canteen. Thank you.
Jo, a pardon, takže kdo to neví, tak menza je to tady, takhle před.
The canteen is over there.
Je to vlastně takový jako deklarativní text,
jasně. No,
který jsem přeložil do češtiny, ale jsme udělali, jako jsme se snažili to udělat pojmově a významově jako dobře, ale bylo by dobrý, ale jsem to ještě někdo poslal, si musíme vlastně jako poradit.
Jo.
Ale nemusíme teďka,
Tak se na to pak podíváme, no.
paní Benešová. Já jsem to tam stačila Evěníkový, ale ona prostě, jsem ještě neměla podepsaný od Britany, teď už mám, že se to musí vyplatit tenhle měsíc.
Měli dát ty razítka všude a už nám dali ty podpisy někde.
A Brita, všechno.
Děkuju. Něco jsem tam nahoře dneska podepsala.
No, mám tam plnou sošku.
Tak dobré odpoledne. My jsme sice říkali, že se tady potkáme v půl, ale nečekali jsme, že se potkáme.
So we said we would continue at past. Of course, we were not expecting this to really happen, but now it's 20 to 3, so we will start now. We have Karolina Pauknerová, who is ready. She will be presenting behind the table. Maybe some latecomers will be joining us, so the floor is yours. Hello everyone, my name is Karolina Pauknerová. I'm from the Center for Theoretical Studies. I will be speaking from the perspective of anthropology, unlike the other presenters. For me, the title of the conference, In Between Landscapes, means vague terrains. So I would like to share my understanding of this notion using two examples. I will also use the perspective of Anthropocene. The city can be an example of a very organized, harmonized space. But, next slide, please. But if we look at it more closely, we can see that not everything happening in the city is under our control. Not everything is planned and directed. Spontaneous things are happening in the city with their own aesthetics and order. There are spaces left to themselves in cities, and sometimes these are called vague terrains. In my presentation, I would like to focus on the dialogues between the human and the non-human in these spaces in Prague. I would like to talk about two locations in Prague, and I will consider them through the lens of anthropology. Traditionally, we divide things between natural and cultural. The purpose of my talk is to show that city landscapes can be thought of as more than human, and this can be productive when searching for a good place to live for the future. Anthropocene is a buzzword today, and at the Center for Theoretical Studies, where I work, we also work with it. We've been working with it systematically since 2017. We understand Anthropocene as a way of looking at reality. It has a specific sensitivity for us and an existential dimension. It is an extension of this notion. We don't try to stipulate whether it's an epoch or an event. In the city, there is, on the one hand, the will, the effort to control. But on the other hand, some things can only be controlled in part or not at all, because life is spontaneous. Nature is able to adapt and to renew itself and create new ecosystems. The variability of nature teaches us variability. But let's not be too romantic. Mold can also grow everywhere, and it's not very pleasant. We can mention natural elements in the city like koipu or weeds. I will focus on the changing borders between the city and nature. vague terrains are often unintended, and they contain different imprints of care. So how to define these spaces? My colleague Michal Aivas has tried to define them. He says terrain vague terrain is not the same as spontaneity. Vague terrains need spontaneity, but they also need a plan, an order. He says that rather than being one of the poles between order and spontaneity, a vague terrain is the very relationship between these two poles, these two extremes. In my research, I trace human activity in vague terrains. I coordinate this project, and together with my colleague, we focus on locations where marginalized people live. We have given these areas the name awkward or tricky, deceptive. This is the very character of these areas. These areas hide their true nature. The word precarious is used in economics. It reflects uncertainty. So, together with my colleague, we studied two locations along streams in Prague. Walking along these Prague streams or rivers, we found ourselves between two parts of the city. And what we learned is that when we move through the city along these little rivers, we have to change our ideas about Prague landscape because it is not homogeneous. When walking along these two little rivers, we came to the conclusion or to the realization that these little rivers are situated on the border between the city and the periphery. So let me give you the two examples. First is the stream of Slatiny, Slatinský potok. And I will quote my notes. So, Slatinský stream is a very small stream. It has its source in Hostivař. In 2021, we explored this stream, and here are my notes. The bed of the stream is probably artificial, but it gives the impression now of being natural. The nature is wild. We have seen animals, we have seen a dog, a lady with a pushchair. Then the stream goes through a forest where homeless people live in tents. There are places where the stream is very romantic. Then suddenly the stream disappears, it goes underground, and it appears back on the ground at a pot, sort of a triangle. I will come back to this place later. And in front of this triangle there is a big tree and lush greenery. So at the triangle, the stream resurfaces and it enters a pipe, and then it continues under the ground as well through a factory. Somewhere under your feet is the stream, and it continues to Záběhlice. There we found ourselves in an area full of asphalt, and then the stream joins a big concrete bed, river bed. There's a garage, and then first houses. We see a city bike lying on the ground. There is mud on the path, and suddenly we find ourselves in the village of Slatiny. There's a community place with swings and benches. So the stream flows through the village of Slatiňany, then it goes underground, and then it joins the stream of Botič. Water connects spaces that are otherwise impossible to connect, that have nothing in common. The stream mirrors green mosses. The water of this stream can be found in very wild natural spaces, just as well as in concrete riverbed. There's a lot of dirt, but also a lot of greenery and a lot of light. There are reeds. The stream is used by animals, by homeless people. There's a lot of chaos, natural chaos, green chaos, and concrete chaos. Sometimes the stream is straight, sometimes it is crooked. Some of the water is drunk, some evaporates, some goes on to the Vltava and to the sea. This stream reflects some efforts to control, but also some chaos. There is a swamp area as well, there's a lake, and there's the triangle that I have mentioned. There's a railway, and somehow this romantic place came to being, but it is only romantic at first sight. I actually wrote a chapter about this place where I examine my relationship, the evolution of my relationship to this place. It looks a bit like forest, but it's not a forest, it's not a cultural landscape. It's a place that was left to itself, and animals started to live there, to use it just as homeless people or people walking their dogs or occasional visitors. This place is a nice example or a nice subject for debate about Anthropocene, because it really crosses the boundaries, the limits between the cultural and the natural, the human and the non-human. It's a part of nature in the city. It's a calm space where seasons come and go. But people and human activity also adds some rhythm to this place. The water in this swamp is very old, and this place just kind of came to being. This is the second example, Rokitka, another stream in Prague, much more famous. I chose example of two meanders. One is natural, the other is artificial, and they both look the same, but one is in the landscape and other is in the forest. Both meanders are part of a nature park and include a trail, and everybody likes them. They were created in 2014, 2015, and we can rightly ask what is natural and what is artificial. Everyone is happy for those meanders. They cool the town. They're great for aquatic animals. They a site of recreation for people living around. But when we walked alongside with a colleague of mine prior to the construction of the meanders, was not a place that you would visit. It was the back part of the city, which has now become a front part. It became a place in vogue. So what is the theoretical framework of these thoughts? It's the Anthropocene perspective and relations, especially in urban landscape. It's terrain vague. Marilyn Stratton, an anthropologist who is a specialist in analysis of relations, says that when put in relations, the impact of one thing on another are unforeseeable. She says that opening and closing has to take turns, so you cannot shut yourself or something to everything else or be open to everything. On the contrary, Tim Ingold and his concept of meshwork is another person whose approach got my interest. So he believes that entities, materials move in alongside lines, and these flows create meshwork, which Ingold imagines as the web of life itself. Relations move in this meshwork.
materials, bodies that are constantly emergent. And another source of inspiration is the idea of Donna Haraway, how relationships are created. She speaks of making kins. In her view, creating relationships or kinships is something that we should do the most in our world. It's relations with implications that you cannot get easily rid of. I have a cousin, my cousin has me. I have a dog, the dog has me. So she views the word kin as belonging to the same category in a way that has its impacts. Also, one of the impacts, the consequences, is caring. I wanted to point at the ecological, aesthetic values of these places and relationships. The meshwork or the network of life and relationships can be spotted in these tricky places. We can see there all kinds of caring, but also of neglect. So what the attention to tricky places and the effort of Anthropocene dialogue between human and non-human can bring to us? What can this kind of attention bring to us in an urban environment? It can contribute to creating a shared, livable future in the city for both human and non-human citizens. It can help shape the perspective of how the world is and could be in the future. Thank you for your attention. So, there are any questions? Thank you for your lecture. At the beginning, you mentioned the tricky places and that it's a kind of terrain vague. So I'm just thinking loud. When we speak of typology, say there are different types of roofs, there are clear rules. So how is it in such places? If we call it tricky place, non-places, wide areas, etc., we don't speak of typologies. And how would you call, what English word do you use for these tricky places, if any? Because in Czech it's ošemetný. So we need a mic, yes. So why not to look for typology? Places that can be considered as vague, so they are not permanent places. That's their characteristic. It's places that keep evolving. They've been left for themselves for some while In some cases, it's residual territory, perhaps intended for a further development of a part of a city, perhaps when the political or the economic situation changes. They may be created when an industrial site is abandoned, and they may disappear in a few years. These terrain wakes that you may know as a child, I grew up in Prague suburbs, new development, blocks of houses. There were numbers of such places, and they are gone today. I don't think we should mourn these places or try and create a typology. I do agree, but you mentioned it was a type of a vague terrain, vague space, a type of a terrain vague. So that sounds like a courageous thing to say. Well, it's the approach we took in our book. We mention a number of studies, and if you pay attention to a place such as spontaneous vegetation on a parking lot, it's not the same as a protective area alongside railways. So that's why I call it a type. So perhaps we could use a different word. But on a general level, conceptual level, I wouldn't speak of a typology. Thank you. So if there are any more questions, we still have some space. No? So thank you very much. Karolína Pauknerová. Next speaker is Jana Tichá. Nefunguje ten mikrofon? Okay, so now the mic is on. So the problems of sustainability. Sustainability is a word we hear very often, and it's just as vague. It was first defined in 1970s. Sustainable development was defined as such, where you meet your needs without compromising the needs of the future generations. So how did sustainability become part of daily discussion? And the more we use it, the more devoid of meaning it has become. So now we are in this sort of vague area. In the context of present-day requirements on sustainability and environmental awareness, I wanted to bring in the perspective of landscaping and of new landscapes often created from these terrain wakes, abandoned places which used to be part of some productive circles and were left out eventually such as abandoned industrial sites, transport crossroads, knots, etc. Often they are included by means of landscape architecture, landscape projects, which use their quality of a natural environment or a kind of natural environment and are transformed into urban parks or other recreational function. Here you can see an example in Berlin, one of the most famous parks in Berlin, where a former transport railway knot was transformed into an urban park. This, some years ago, would be your typical view of wilderness, overgrown place, not a place where you want to go and spend your free time and rest. Landscape architecture wanted to control nature, direct it, give it form at its beginnings. Now it's in an environment where it shouldn't be changed, when the nature shouldn't be changed too much, where it should let live what there is, but also make it accessible to people. So, how to approach this conflict? At the beginnings of the landscape architecture, men wanted to control nature, create clear forms and shapes. It could be a clearing in a forest or a garden, in an oasis, in desert. But now, civilization has, let's say, overgrown nature. As was mentioned already, a human becomes a geological force. That's one of the definitions of Anthropocene. Nature has become something to treasure. And therefore, the tendency to protect nature rather than to constrict it. This requires landscape architecture to focus not only on designing forms and objects and spatial objects, but to think about processes as such, about how to include this fluid, moving nature of the world. We could recall the so-called French park and a present-day park to compare with. These are two different disciplines, two different fields. In one, you control nature, you give it a very precise geometrical form and you would trim every branch that overgrows, or you become part of what there is and of the form available. In heretical discourse, we discuss much how to include processes into the design and how to approach form as something that moves, that is not a static thing, but as something dynamic. So this is the tricky part. present-day landscape architecture faces. This is a very old picture that shows Jan McHarg on a TV show where he discusses his new book, Design with Nature, in 1969. Jan McHarg was a famous American landscape architect. And in his book, Design with Nature, published in the late 1960s, he postulated that landscape architecture has to collaborate with nature. His book was one of the important results of the ecological and environmental movement that started developing in the 1960s, mostly in the United States. He was a modernist architect, planner, I could say, because he concentrated on scientific approach in a large scale of landscape. He focused on analysis of large parts of landscape. He's the author of layered maps, which is something that we use today on a daily basis as landscape architects. Jan McHarg has shifted attention to ecology, to biological processes, and in his perspective, ecology was given priority and not aesthetics. He promoted the biological and ecological view of landscape. There is another book I would like to mention, a very influential book which keeps to be republished, just as Jan McHarg's book, and it's called The Granite Garden by Anne Weston Spurn. Spurn taught at the University of Pennsylvania, and her thesis was that nature is a continuum which has the wilderness on one end and city on the other. She said, and it was a revolutionary thought when she said it, that nature is not beyond the city, that nature is everywhere, and just so wilderness. There are same processes, same air, stones and pavements. It's natural materials that accumulate heat, etc. Weed is seen both in nature and in cities. And she uses a very poetic language to speak of signs of life, nature in city. So in her view, a city is not totally natural and not totally artificial. It's always a value, a certain value on a certain scale, where you have wilderness on one end and city on the other. And we move permanently alongside this scale. So this was a very strong statement. Wilderness and city are a continuum. This is a cover of Landscape Journal from 1995, spring issue. They published a very important, influential essay by Joan Nassauer. Her text was titled Messy Ecosystems, Orderly Frames. I translated it and hopefully it will be published in Czech towards the end of this year by this faculty's publisher house. Nassauer thought about the work of landscape architect in areas that should preserve their ecological quality, that promotes biodiversity or increase such quality, while giving those areas a sort of polished look. Why? Often places that are valuable from the biological point of view, that is places with high level of biodiversity, don't look exactly nice. They look messy. And then general public doesn't accept them so well because the amateur-like eye can't see the value of such a place. And even experts can't do that often. So for the general public, it is important that these places are easy to navigate and that they don't look messy, meaning it's better not to go there. It's been 30 years, so now we are able to appreciate these places and we aren't afraid of entering them, but I believe it's limited to quite a narrow group of people, and most citizens won't search for these places and will often think that these are messy places that should be improved. So how to show the value of these places? Nassauer drew inspiration from the vernacular landscape of American Midwest. She searched there for what she calls cues to care, a landscape that was created by natural needs of its inhabitants, mainly agricultural landscape, follows certain and has certain conventions as regards the taking care of gardens around houses in these areas that are considered as good care. And these elements, when present in the landscape, help people to accept this landscape, to take it as their own. Because there are things familiar they can adhere to. So what are these cues to care which help to approach this landscape? It's cutting grass, You can just cut a small piece of grass alongside a road. It can be blooming flowers and trees, very important. People love flowers, they like it to be colorful and gives you the impression that someone is taking care. So blooming plants and trees. Even the wild blossom is something that very few people will say, oh, this is ugly and repulsive. Then placing feeders for birds or other wild animals. Again, it's a proof that people appreciate wildlife in the landscape and take care of it. Then clear structures. Or distinct structures that would sort of shape different parts of landscape, be it fields from pastures or from forests and so on. Then trimmed bushes or lines of plants, linear rows of plants or trees. So an organized element in a disorganized environment, and then fences, coatings, ornaments. She speaks of white paint. That's a typical element of American Midwest.
Some of these signals of care are universal, but usually they are culturally conditioned. So, something that for one culture is clearly recognized as a cultural artifact may not be seen as such by another culture. Nassauer gives the example of, next slide please. So the conventional organization of a field in Midwest compared to Mexico. Native Americans in Mexico grow corn together with vines. So these two crops are mixed. And it's normal that in Mexico, but for a normal American person, this looks like chaos. Whereas for Native Americans, it is normal. It's a normal agricultural field. This is from Joan Nassauer's text. This illustration shows conventional lawn, the English lawn full of pesticides. So this is a conventional American house with a lawn. There's also spruce, birches. Another possibility is replacing 50% of the lawn with a prairie garden with perennial plants. And here 75% of the lawn is replaced by perennials. I hope you can see something in these pictures on this screen. So she demonstrates on these photographs the average idea of a garden that is cultivated, that is cared for. In 1995, the picture with 75% of prairie grass would be unacceptable for most people. This illustration shows the pattern of strip cropping, which creates variability in the landscape. This is another theoretical source that was already mentioned. It is a text by Ignacio de Sol Morales, an architect, from 1995. A vague terrain, which resonates quite a lot. This is the Spanish edition, but the original was published in Any Place anthology, published by the influential New York think tank Any. The text spread across the world of architecture because the publications of Any were very popular. I'm showing the Spanish edition because you can see this picture, this photo of an industrial abandoned landscape by David Plowder. Next slide, please. And this is important because Ignacio de Sola Morales realized the meaning of vague terrains when he noticed that more and more contemporary art and photographs is using these vague terrains or these industrial landscapes. In the 1980s, in the US and in Europe, some factories closed and the industrial sites were left to themselves, and it actually looked beautiful. It was picturesque. These were picturesque ruins, and this aesthetics found its place in arts and then other fields like architecture, urban planning, and landscape architecture. Next slide, please. He emphasizes the role of the architect in vague terrains. It is actually very problematic by definition because the typical role of the architect is to create an order, to build borders, forms, transforming an uncivilized land into a civilized one. But how can architecture be active in a vague terrain without being an aggressive tool of power and abstract reason? And his answer is that it is through paying attention to the continuity of flows, energies, rhythms. So maybe it is about focusing attention to the echoes of the past rather than towards the future. It's attention towards processes that have some dynamics that can be slow, and processes are usually slow in a landscape. Well, slow, everything is relative. For example, after a fire, vegetation starts to grow quite quickly, but What matters is that it's more about the processes than the form. I remember that when this text appeared, when we read it, it seemed revolutionary. Not speaking not about forms, but about processes, something so vague and not palpable. Gilles Clément is a French landscape architect and gardener. He is the author of the Garden of Musée Bramley, the Museum of Primitive Cultures. He is one of the foremost promoters of natural landscapes or impactless landscapes or interventionless landscapes. He is the author of the concept or notion of the third landscape, which is, according to him, the spaces where the evolution of the landscape was left to nature completely by humans. So this, you can see it in this picture. It's from Saint-Nazaire. So he created, in between these concrete constructions, roof gardens, dry with gravel, and then he let them be. So the third landscape is basically the same as the vague terrain. And in the case of the third landscape, you don't intervene. People do not intervene. So this can include fields, abandoned fields, unused railways, moorlands. And the third landscape is a welcoming space for biological diversity and a genetic reservoir of the planet, a space for the future. I will not stop at the notion of genetic reservoir of the planet. You can all find it in the book, Third Landscape. This is an example of a third landscape. It started as an artificial landscape, actually. You can see there's a concrete wall. Soil is what was put on the concrete wall, and there is a forest growing on the wall. And in this way, they created this island of wilderness in Henri Matisse Park in the city of Lille in northern France. This island, Ile de Berance, is inaccessible. It is really isolated, so people cannot access it. No one can go there. So this is an example of a third landscape. It's an artificial vague terrain. Very French, indeed. Next, please. Landscape Journal from 1988. Let's go back in time. This is a picture of a work of art of James Turrell, a significant American artist who works with light, with spaces modulated by light. It's interesting to see this picture on the cover of a landscape journal. The reason is that the magazine was devoted to the issues of landscape aesthetics, or this edition. So the connection between landscape and art is not new. It's not without history. The hosting editor of this edition of the magazine was Anne Whiston Spurn. She published an essential text in this magazine entitled The Poetics of City and Nature Towards a New Aesthetics for Urban Design. What she said in her text is that it is aesthetics that celebrates movement and change. It includes dynamic processes rather than static objects, and it contains multiple visions rather than singular. So we must count on it. It is not about singular visions. We need a scale. It is not a timeless aesthetics. It is aesthetics that recognizes the flow of time and also the uniqueness of a single present moment. And it requires continuity, both continuity and revolution. Such aesthetics appeals to all senses, not only vision, and it uses sound and smells and touch. Another theoretical milestone that drew a lot of attention was the article of Elisabeth Meyer, a landscape architect and theoretician. It was in the Journal of Landscape Architecture in the spring of 2008, and she published a manifesto called Sustaining Beauty. In her text, she tries, in the form of a manifesto, to summarize arguments as to why sustainable landscape must not abandon the creation of aesthetic form. She also tries to identify the characteristics of this new aesthetics. She tries to identify the new beauty. At the time, her text became so influential and revolutionary that it drew a lot of attention, and she returned to the text in 2015 with her text Values in Landscape Architecture and Environmental Design. And she published a text where she extended her arguments from the original manifesto. She called her text Sustaining Beauty, the Performance of Appearance. She says that landscape architects should pay attention to the aesthetic dimension of landscape. It's not about the functionality. So she criticizes the dominant discourse of her time, which started with McHardt and lasted for the last third of the 20th century. It was all about environmental questions, but completely disregarding aesthetics. Elizabeth Meyer says, beauty is rarely discussed in the discourse of landscape architecture. It is usually seen as superficial. What is the value of the visual and formal when people's health and the planet's health is in question or at stakes? She states the requirement to go back to the aesthetic dimension, to discuss aesthetics again when discussing sustainability. She brings arguments saying that the visual aspect or the aesthetic aspect of the designed landscape is more than just a visual experience. It is an immersive aesthetic experience that can lead to recognition, empathy, love, respect, and care for the environment. She speaks about new beauty, hybrids, new concepts of beauty like toxic beauty. This is one of the examples given by Meyer. This is a project by Julia Bergman using old building materials. This is another advocate of the process conception, Julian Rexworthy. In his book Overgrown, he says that landscape architecture must go back to its roots, back to gardening. It has to consider growth as an important component of every project. He even radically states that architects and plants are equal. Once again, it's a manifesto, an important statement for the new era. He says that we must use the formal design to underline the environmental function. And to conclude, this is an edition of the Journal of Landscape Architecture from 2018. So it goes back to Elizabeth Meyer's text, Sustaining Beauty, 10 years later. And it's all about responses or reflections on her conclusions or her text, her ideas 10 years later. So you see that her text was very influential. And one of the key texts published in this edition was by Mark Tribe, who says ethics is not equal to aesthetics. He says that one of the issues, of the many issues in today's landscape architecture is the mix-up between ethics and aesthetics. These are two different things. Moral values are not the same as the values of beauty and aesthetics. Recycling materials does not automatically guarantee reaching beauty or social recognition. This depends on many factors. So once again, he is pleading for aesthetic factors in landscape architecture. Some people may appreciate pure recycling as such, and they don't care about the aesthetics. Maybe we are trained differently, so maybe we lack imagination, and we are not satisfied with pure recycling. Mark Tribe says that the public usually needs to see some formal signs of care in order to realize that the place is worth caring for. And for this, we need education and formal means. But the perception of these formal means are different. They are perceived differently by experts and by ordinary people. We have to admit this. Actually, if we limit ourselves to environmental aspects, then we are giving up the aesthetic requirements. So what is the conclusion? For Mark Tribe, it is the Japanese aesthetic concept Shin-Ayo-So, 3 degrees of formality. Strictly formal, something in between, and informal. So in the end, you can have elements that are very formal, very neat. Then you can have very informal and fluid elements, and then some elements in between. And this can bring unconventional beauty, like, for example, the revitalizing of this river. And Mark Tribe shows forms that an ordinary person might consider artificial, not environmentally friendly. But in the end, these forms, or the whole landscape works very well. Sometimes the landscape can look very natural, but it is not environmental at all. So, Mark Tribe says that sustainability is a functional measure, not an aesthetic characteristic. Sustainability is not an antithesis of beauty, and beauty is not the opposite of sustainability. Thank you. Are there any questions? Many thanks. You said a lot. I have 3 questions or maybe comments. First, maybe I'm a Native American because I always argued with my mother-in-law about the aesthetics of a mowed lawn. Also, I remembered Vitruvius, who mentioned the requirements for architecture which complement each other. And the third point is, what about the mythological, cultural aspect? Because mythology and stories can also be reflected in aesthetic considerations. Maybe it's too complicated or hard to answer. So the question is, can you say it again? I'm not sure I understand. You mentioned the notion of aesthetics You said it's not an antithesis, it's not the opposite. So my question is, well, you work also with the cultural and mythological approach to landscape. Yes, okay, I will try to answer. So let me start at the very end. The cultural perception is very important for sure, but I think in every culture there is some cultural approach to what we call nature. Nature is a cultural concept in itself. So cultures can be at different levels of development, of evolution, of civilization. But in every culture, people try to somehow influence nature or adapt it, control it. It's all about control. And I believe that today we are moving away from this control towards care. Today we are trying to protect vague terrains in cities. We protect a site in the middle of, in the center of Berlin, where it's an ancient, it's a former railway place. I'm not sure now exactly where it is, but it's a protected area. Or we have these wild forests that are protected in our country. So this is a major turn that people started protecting wilderness. We now have appreciation for areas that in the past people fought against. So in the past, landscape architects in the past there was this opposition between the chaos, the wild nature, and the order that we bring. But now we are trying to find a balance. We are moving away from control, and we are caring for these areas. That's the new thing, the new approach. The examples I have shown you, or the quotes I presented, well, I thought they might be interesting for you. Thank you.
Tímto chtěl uvést posledních 7 příspěvků doktora.
So we have another 7 papers, contributions by our PhD students. So if we keep to the time provided, it should only be 35 minutes. So those who will speak will be grateful to you who stay with us. Tak bohužel neslyšíme. So, artist as a connecting medium of art and spaces in abeyance. So, we can pass the slides. feel free to go through. So this is the activity I did. I work with the neglected parts of the town, make them more visible, trying to detect what precedes before we notice such places. Do we notice such places at all? Unless there is an intervention by someone who makes that place visible. So what I do is that I go to places, I do deep mapping as mentioned here, but I do not intervene. The intervention is my presence, documenting what's there, structures, and so on. This is what I take with me and I make it visible. The viewer comes and changes the function of the space after he came and saw it in a different form. It can be a photography, it can be a painting, any output. And what you see on this slide are the things that take place prior to the intervention. That's the intermediate part of my approach. So the outputs, I then place them into a gallery or another public space where people notice it. So that's making the issue, the theme, more visible. I'm a non-abstract painter, so my outputs are abstract paintings. And then when people read the description, they see where it was painted and go sometimes and look at the place itself. But first the place has to be made visible, and then the function of the place changes because it's made more visible and people come to it. So it's created in two places, in the gallery and then post in the place itself. There are also digital versions. This is aimed at NFT gives more accessible to the digital generation. So this is about it. It's been brief. Perhaps I would just add one sentence. This sentence. What's my aim? It's to connect different disciplines where we want a functional approach on both sides. So now there is time and space for Q&As. What are those QR codes? So these were links in the place where you collected the information? Yes, it's the activities that I make there, or videos, or links to specific locations. It's mostly videos. My experience from gallery was that the young generation walks around and monitors everything on their phones. So I made this media wall with QR codes from all my performances, events, and this was the most interesting part, I'd say, for the younger generation. They would scan all the QR codes. You mention how important it is for you that people go back to those places and rediscover them. So how do you approach that? Has that already taken place? Or yes, we have an event next week actually. We will involve our students. They will come to that place, to the location, and they will either sketch or draw, create, look for structures in the place. And then I'd be interested in knowing whether they will return or rediscover the space, to see whether there will be an intervention later on. So it's a long-term project. Yes, this is 5 years of my work. Thank you. We wish you good luck. And Zuzana Štemberová has the floor now. So, perhaps you noticed the exhibition of structures here on the boards outside, as done by our students. So the PhD section here at the Landscape Architecture Department will start with our so-called old students. And I will pass the floor to Eva, because I probably need to export the slideshow again. Doesn't seem to be working the way it should. It was uploaded, but it's not here now. So we will swap. So, okay, I will be the last one, so it's Eva's turn now. Oh, here it comes. So actually, Zuzana will have the floor. So I will speak of water and city, new relation, new aesthetics. I can tell you straight what's the issue of the research. It's the issue of the river landscape of Prague. We had here a contribution that showed streams, and I will speak of a larger relationship of Prague landscape as created by the morphology of streams and rivers and how to work with them from the landscape architect perspective. You heard the perspective of Tomáš Valena, Ann Winston Spurn, and Christian Norberg Schultz. We also should mention the convention, the European Convention on Landscape, which helps us define the landscape as an environment both for people and nature and as a natural, historical, cultural layer of landscape. New aesthetics, which shifts the focus from object to process, is also present in the case of the river landscape. River landscape, it's not just the Vltava River, it's also streams and affluents. It's the water network in Prague. So we saw when we started researching that this network, this landscape, is not defined well. And when you don't have a definition, as we saw, we have a problem. We mentioned it about terrain vague, but it's the same for river landscape. So one thing that catches my interest is the extinct structure of Prague streams. Many of them are not in the maps anymore. Roughly 1/3, some 370 kilometers of streams are not seen, and you cannot get them onto the surface. But they do work somehow in the structure of the city, be it the structure of the street or in the so-called Schwarzplan plan of the city. So as opposed to a traditional analysis of a place, when you read through the layers, is also the life perspective and new methods. One of them is the method of narrative and of reading the landscape. And I will just go through it quickly, taking, for example, the Brusnice stream, which on the map you can see the Prague center, which was formed by this Brusnice stream. It was shaped by its course. And I don't know if you try to walk alongside it, but if you did, you realize that you can't, because you can't actually see 1/3 of this stream. So one opportunity, that is to walk alongside the course of the stream, is lost. So kilometer 0 is the Břevnov monastery, then the pond Markéta, that's officially the spring of the stream. At 0.4 kilometer, Brusnice gets under the ground. A part of it has been revitalized. What looks like a nice park is actually not. It's just a narrow strip between a settlement and a big road. And then there are some of the old ponds, original ones. And you can see that the stream disappears for a while and then reappears. And here you see something that's very typical of the Czech landscape, and it is due to transport structures. Pictures are taken during the Blanka underground network of tunnels that was built in recent years. And here, as mentioned by a colleague, the Marx van Støle Park, where you can see the water. One part of it is a playground, but it's not the real stream, actually, the water that you can see there. And then there is a pond. It disappears under the city walls and appears in the gardens under the Prague Castle. And this is what I consider perhaps the only one architecture element by Joseph Plescott, made in 2002. And I think there has not been anything better done since in relation to architecture and water. Here, kilometer 3.9. Again, the stream is underground. And here, you probably never saw this. It's under the office of the government, where it enters the Vltava River. So this is just an example of a stream in landscape. The renewal of landscape is a complicated matter, and we can see it quite clearly here. It's something that requires a number of methods, a multidisciplinary approach, involvement of people, renewal of memory of places, as has been mentioned several times, and others. Thank you. Susanna is short of breath, but are there any questions? No, so Eva can continue. Oh, there actually is a question. Susanna, you spoke of Brusnice and how important this stream is for Prague. Are there any other small streams like this that you would qualify of equal importance, if there are such ones? There is also the Davice stream, a legendary one, but it doesn't really exist anymore. It has been completely degraded from the ecological point of view. It can't be really renewed, but it reappears in a number of works, both of students. There is an activist group that focuses on the renewal of this stream. However, it is impossible to revive it. There is also the Botic stream, which is under Vyšehrad, similar quality of stream. I think that considering the number of such streams, 100, most people hardly know 3. My name is Eva Jeníková, and I probably know most of you here. I would like to thank everyone who spoke before me, because they said most of what needed to be said. So I'm very happy, and I hope that I will be able to pick up where needed. My theme was a new perspective of landscape. And in my PhD, I evaluate biodiversity as one of the possible materials for planning an urbanized landscape. And again, this goes back to the fact that we now find values in things we haven't valued until quite recently. We've been speaking of aesthetics today, and I look at it through biodiversity and urban biodiversity. So what is nature and what is landscape? Nature is what man cannot influence. It's nature forces and elements that have their own life that we cannot influence. Whereas landscape, something we deal with as landscape architect, is a world as influenced by men. And this is very important for our field, landscape architecture. From here evolves our relation to nature. We relate to nature, of course. This has been going on from the dawn of human society. But what evolves is our relation to nature. We can also document it on protected areas and landscape, national parks, etc. But that's the green parts, and you can see that the rest is white, and these are landscape we don't really protect. So again, what is nature and what is landscape? Of course, the green parts are also landscape. And we protect those nature parts in order to enjoy something that we miss in our everyday lives. This is the average daily landscape. This is the land, the promised land, so-called, to our predecessors. The mystery mountain, national mountain or hill of sheep in the background. Anthropocene has been mentioned today a number of times. The fact that even things that are toxic, ugly, distorted, and so on, have their aesthetics, and it's something that we can appreciate today, which brings me to the variability of ecosystems, of genes, of genres, of the life world. And it's something worth preserving. Biodiversity and diversity is valuable as such, and it's a key to stability, both ecological and the stability of the world. Here, what's very important is that in the open landscape, there isn't much room for biodiversity left. So a paradox occurs, and there is many times richer biodiversity in urban landscapes than in agriculture and other landscapes. And the hypothesis of my work is that many places that are valuable for biodiversity are places we don't count on when we work as landscape architects. So we need to make a landscape typology, and when we try to do so, we see we can't value these places from biotic perspective only. We also need to take social perspective. That is what we need in the cities, what layers we have there, what's going on there. And it regards both the terrain vegs and other places. And I'm very happy that I work with Petra Piško and Sadlo. It's been great help. So my thought map, I'm reflecting on the aesthetics. Is it something new or is it something old, actually? What we would view as ugly, disrupted landscape in the past, we view today as something pretty, actually. We all feel that we miss something. We miss the contact with something random, unorganized. We sure need formal geometrical forms, but we also need the opposite of it. It's the game between harmony and vague, unstructured elements that we need to. If we want a landscape that has biodiversity, we need to renew its structural diversity to offer a variety of places. And the same goes for inclusive cities and landscape. We need a diversified population. The way we view aesthetic is shaped by where we grow up. This is the town of Mladá Boleslav, where many cars are produced, and this is where I grew up, and it has shaped my aesthetics. We haven't grown up in a picture-perfect, bucolic environment, so this is the kind of landscape we are pretty much used to, and it shapes what we view as aesthetic. So again, aesthetics can be old or new, but the departure point is what we need as humans, which brings me to perhaps enlarging our research. We thought that we would be interested in knowing how people view places with rich biodiversity, and whether only mere information that is so will shift their perception. Are you sure there are no questions? Any questions for Eva? Of course, I would be happy to reply. But you wanted to say something, no? No, I thought I'm followed by you. No, but it's not. It's Kristýna Kříčková who will speak now.
Hello, my name is Kristýna Kříčková, and I study in Southern Moravia. I'm a PhD student there. My topic hasn't been mentioned today. It's about the aesthetics of a combined landscape, historical, cultural landscape, which is very much represented in our country. These landscapes are very famous, very popular, some of them, but there are landscapes that are not known at all. Can you please show my presentation? So, applause for the technician for showing almost all presentations, and this one as well. So, next slide, please. So, what is a composed or combined landscape? It was defined at the 16th Assembly of the World Heritage Committee in Santa Fe in the USA in 1992. It's a specific type of cultural landscape created by people based on a higher artistic, aesthetic, or symbolic order. So it's a beautiful landscape. In the Czech Republic, we have, for example, these three composed landscapes. This is one of them. It is situated in southern Moravia. There's a natural park. It is a heritage territory, a protected territory. it's a complex landscape. It is quite big. Today we know that this landscape is actually much bigger. It goes beyond the limits of the protected territory. So let me take the example of one of these landscapes. It was fundamentally modified in the 17th century by Josef Heilgardner of Lille and Born. So actually he brought the most important modifications in the 18th century. Then there's the romantic layer. Next slide, please. This is the current state of this composed landscape. You can see the delimitation of the protected area, but in our research we realized that the modified landscape goes beyond these limits. You can see the structures that were implemented and preserved until today, at least some of them. This is Nova Bažantnice. I'm going to speak about it more in detail. This is Čižov. So these are structures from the 18th century, these vedutas, and they still are present in the landscape. They are functional, they are visited, and you can see the preserved structures. You can see them also in the military map. The main building is an agricultural building, and you can see what it looks like today. The structure has remained the same since the 18th century. Now, the perception of the landscape today, there is a big conflict between two laws. We have the law on the protection of nature and landscape and the law on state heritage. So there is a danger that part of this cultural heritage will be eliminated to protect nature. So there is the clash of these two laws. This kind of landscape is very popular in our country. The castle of Lednice, for example, is the most visited in the Czech Republic. And this shows that these old historic landscapes function, and that's why they have remained until today. I would like to thank these people, and thank you for your attention. Any questions? What do you mean when you say that the landscape works? The fact that it is popular among people is maybe showing only the fact that people are used to these aesthetics. Yes, they are used to it, but it works, which means that the old paths are still being used, and the structure of the landscape is the same. So it stays the way they designed it. It is preserved and it works because there was no need to change the structure of the landscape and to change the aesthetics either. What about the bigger structure? Is it preserved? there are only fragments. Originally, they are from the 17th century. Then there was the romantic layer. But what was constructed in the 18th century stayed. Let me go back to the discussion about the functional aspect. I think the form remained, it kind of justified itself in time, because any structure created by humans is tested with time, with generations, and if it survives, it becomes more valuable. So maybe when you say that it works, it means that the value was verified. It doesn't have to be replaced. Thank you. So I will now introduce myself, because I'm the next presenter. My topic, very briefly, I will really try to respect my 5 minutes. My topic is the aesthetics of free landscape. It's a topic that is dear to me. I'm interested in this topic as a forming factor because I'm a farmer by profession, which may scare you as architects. Julius Mařák depicted a landscape like this at the end of 19th century. You can see this landscape is informed by agriculture, and you can see human activity everywhere. So I'm showing this picture. It was already shown today. So I'm sorry for repeating what you have seen already. So today we are discussing CO2, carbon sequestration, which is the topic of my dissertation. But you can see some topics that are much more complex, much more difficult. And crossing the borders is much bigger in this case. I would like to draw your attention to novel entities. These are chemical substances, microplastics that we are introducing into landscape, and we cannot easily eliminate these substances. So on the one hand, there's the nature restoration law, which will modify the current landscape. We will return it to the cultural form, similar to what you could see in the painting on my first slide. So this corresponds to our image, our idea of an aesthetic landscape in the Czech Republic. This is our idea of landscape learned from school. But with time it has changed. Machines have replaced horses, etc. The scale has changed, cultures have changed, the mosaics have changed. And today we discuss topics, not just carbon sequestration, but the number of butterflies on pastures, the structure of agricultural landscape, and these are all results of human activity in landscape. The question is whether this is the work of landscape architects. But there's another tendency, another trend, and that's the impact of renewables on landscape. Will renewables be part of landscape? So these are the commitments related to renewables, and this would mean that landscape would have to change quite drastically. So in the past, Vincent van Gogh painted these windmills. Maybe in the future, someone is going to capture the aesthetics of this new landscape with renewables. I think this is unavoidable. And this takes me to the last question. This is my last slide. So the purpose of my dissertation is to compare different landscapes from the perspective of carbon sequestration, which is what determines agricultural production quite a lot. There are evaluation techniques used for this. So my aim is to compare these methods, and I hope I'm on time. Are there any questions? I'm ready to answer. Otherwise, I will pass the floor to our next speaker, Adam Varga. So, what about photovoltaics? Is it really important for our energy autonomy or for carbon neutrality? Well, you all know the key principle of photovoltaics. So it's using solar power to replace fossil fuels. I'm not sure about the footprint of all the externalities, bringing the technologies from China. You need to use aluminium. But the question is different. The question is, we have renewables to replace fossil fuels, and with the technologies we have available today, well, we have surfaces or areas that can be used for photovoltaics, so it is happening because these areas are available in the landscape. So in the past, we extracted carbon from landscape, cutting down trees, and now we are trying to do the opposite. We are trying to return carbon back to the land. So photovoltaics is a part of renewables today because no one has a better idea. Then there's the nuclear energy. For some people, it's the only alternative, the only possibility. Others are against it. Adam Varga. Hello, my name is Adam Varga. I'm in my first year of doctoral studies at the Art and Design University in Prague. And this morning, after the first presentation, I felt like running away, but I stayed because but my presentation contains only photoshopped pictures. I'm interested in speculative concepts for rewilding urban spaces. My contribution is based on my dissertation dealing with the city of Michalovce in the eastern part of Slovakia. It is situated in a valley historically dominated by wet biotopes, but then it was dried with lots of meliorations, modifications of rivers. My question is how to turn this narrative around and how to imagine rewilding this city and the landscape, and that's why I'm using artificial intelligence. So I started with collecting available maps, information from maps. I collect this, I record everything. In this digital map, which you can see here. It's a grid which contains information which I use. And this is the result of my calculations, and it shows spaces suitable for rewilding of moorlands. So this is a grid which identifies areas suitable for intervention. For each area, I added some keywords or key characteristics which I used for the prompts for AI. Then this was followed by a very simple process. So I entered a prompt to AI. It was usually a combination of images and text, and artificial intelligence then generated new terrains. The reference images were collected from digital terrain. It was a part of a river which was not regulated, which is quite unusual, but on the digital map you can still see the original stream of the river, the original bed, which I used as inspiration. These are a few images from the data set of referential images, and this is the result. This was an experiment in which artificial intelligence enabled me to generate, to imitate the morphology or the aesthetics of the landscape that was there originally but got lost due to urbanization. And this can be used as a deep map. It can be further interpreted. This is one of the interpretations. Thank you for your attention.
Na pana Vargu.
Thank you. Any questions? Can you apply that to other landscapes too? I think the general approach can be applied to other types of landscapes as well. It depends on your set of references. Do we speak of other river landscapes or forests and so on? I think that if you adjust the data set, and you can use it for other examples too. What led the grid and its extent of detail? And the answer was the power, the capacity of computer. Have you compared the grid to some historical materials? Because the generated flows resemble the historical ones pretty much. I haven't compared it really. Part of the primary analysis were historical maps too. I would then draw it into the digital map that I had at the beginning. In some parts, it indeed resembled the original riverbed. Was it one of the input data? Could that have influenced the results? In further work, this is something that sure could be tuned. There certainly is space for improvement of such system, because it feels to me that in many areas the reference of historical looks is there, so it actually evaluates that what was is the good thing. With my consultant, we actually discussed that it's interesting to watch how AI can imitate and replicate traits that have become quite, crafts that have become quite unique, that aren't carried out by many people nowadays, and it's a way of preserving them for future generations. So yes, I see that as a possibility of replicating morphologies that had been there in the past and got lost. You certainly could generate a brand new landscape, but I also thought this was quite interesting to see and to test. Thank you. Say, we keep the best as last. So Adela Chmelová is the very last PhD student today, and then it's the end. Thank you. I'm the Black Peter from that card game. I will speak of the aesthetics of the peri-urban areas in Prague. So, how does Prague look? Can we actually speak of the peri-urban Prague peripheral aesthetics? I'm happy that I can pick up on the previous contributions, as I believe that my paper can provide a sort of frame for what was already said today. To introduce myself, I'm a PhD student here at the Department of Architecture at Technical University, and I discuss the influence of urbanization processes on peri-urban Prague. I name the impacts of those processes and research them and observe what impacts on the spatial organization of the city they have. I will try to give you an introduction into what is a peri-urban area, how this notion is understood. We hear urban interface, urban area, and others, but it's always a mix of two words, somewhat contradictory words, where a part of the area is countryside and the other part is a city. It's somehow rooted in us, this dichotomy of countryside and city. Urban is the basic here, the basic word used, because these processes are the main factor when such areas are shaped and influences their identity the most. The mix of these two words also signals that we tend to find a new name, a new term for these areas. The differences between city and countryside, rural areas and urban areas have been clear since the beginning of industrialization. Communication, fast transport, and so on enabled the creation of peri-urban areas. Not many contributions heard today discussed the aesthetics as such, but since the theme of this conference is aesthetics as an aspect of landscape, then this aesthetics could be described as the good feeling we have from observing a landscape. But when we speak of peri-urban areas, is there some such good feeling? Can we speak of any aesthetics of those? Aesthetics is related to countryside landscape for many of us. But how does it go together with a peri-urban landscape? Here is an overview of contemporary research that assess landscape aesthetics based on several criteria. This is taken from Scandinavian research, which structured very nicely the assessment and criteria used. One of them is the stewardship criteria, which is that of management, let's say, and it picks up on what was Ticha mentioned earlier on when she said that when the care is visible, human care is visible in the landscape, then it is assessed as nicer. It's the cues to care. Next, there is coherence. It's a certain unified approach, patterns repeated in the landscape. Next criterion is disturbance. It is it can be mining, for instance, things that impact the landscape. Then we have the memory, the history of the place, different temporal layers, that's the historicity, then visual scale. It's about some distinct topography of the area, then imageability, properties that create strong image. It has been mentioned by Kevin Lynch that some distinct features of the landscape. Next comes complexity. Is the landscape variable? Are there many elements? Then naturalness, an untouched, undisturbed landscape with enough vegetation. And the last is ephemeral, meaning whether there are seasonal changes in vegetation. So this is to set a context of the possible approach to the criteria according to which we assess the aesthetics of the landscape. But these peri-urban areas lack a historical identity, an image. The stable aesthetic categories are easier to grasp. Many authors call the aesthetics of peri-urban areas the aesthetics of change. Jan has mentioned it, speaking of the need to prepare ourselves that the change will occur. The image of peri-urban areas is influenced by the lifestyle of the society. It reflects on how we function as a society. And again, one of the possible characteristics we can use for assessing, approaching peri-urban areas are the following ones. We can say that it's a landscape with some remnants. So there is a presence of different evolutional layers in the landscape. The landscape can be transient. It can be a transition between countryside and the city, and also a transition within time on the temporal scale. It's something that has been created pretty fast and changes fast too. Then it can be a contested landscape, a landscape with many conflicts, contradictions. There are different ways of use of the landscape, of lifestyles, of aesthetics present. Next characteristic is that these are complex areas, very variable, fragmented. So it's a complex, variable mixture that can result in new quality. And a last characteristic that we can use for these areas is that they are interdependent, meaning they are dependent on urban areas. They couldn't be there without the city. I'm happy that Mr. Pominski mentioned the fact that we will have to work with the aesthetics of energy landscapes. It's a very up-to-date issue. These landscapes are defined by a typified construction, infrastructure. There is no specific identity. And it's seen also in the peri-urban areas. The uniformity caused by such objects, as you can see on the slide, or the solutions used in the area, replace the variability and local identity. So this is a signal that the battery has run out of the mic. Okay, maybe I've been speaking for too long, but this is the last slide, actually. My last slide. So, the new aesthetics. Do we have to accept the new aesthetics of peri-urban areas? Are they the mirror of the changes we undergo as a society? Do they become new independent entities? Maybe they are not in between anymore, but they are on their own. It may also be a place where global trends mix with local traditions. And it might be for you to think about how these areas will develop, what will they look like in the near future. These are areas that require a new approach, new aesthetics. And we can say that it will be aesthetics of transformation. But because these are contradictory and complex areas, it may enable us to create a new identity of the peri-urban areas. Are there any questions? No. So I would like to thank everyone who helped us with this third edition of this conference. I would like to thank our interpreters and technician. So next, I would like to thank Skaslova and her team for their online edition stream. So as you can see, the world is complex and complicated. So though we had good plans, not everything worked as desired. But thank you to Ms. Skaslova anyway. Thank also to Ondřej Vesperat, our photographer. So thank you. And big thank you to our students, Eva Jeníková, who helped with the preparations, more colleagues who sit there by the screens, our timekeepers and catering and Cantor Cafe who took care of the food and drinks. And I will pass the floor to Jitka. Eva did the introduction, so Jitka will do the conclusion. And then a break will follow, and then we will have a closed session with our PhD students. I wanted to also thank our students. Thank you so much for being here with us. So I will join Jan and Eva and thank you too. Thank you for being here and being active, and thank you for your great contributions. So we could have this connection between different fields of different expertise. I believe there were moments of inspirations that we will be able to develop further. And we will sure start planning another edition or another kind of collaboration in the field or elsewhere. So thank you all, and thank you to Susanna. Do you want to say anything? She doesn't want to. I hope our PhD students have some strength left, so after a short break we will meet here again. I just want to reiterate thank you all, and sorry for the technical aspect and its failure, because I know that it has made things more complicated, but I won't speak about it anymore. It's our fault. So those of you who still want to be here, do you want to? So do you want to have 10 minutes straight away? So I will just ask our PhD students to come closer. And those of you who had the headphones for the interpreting, please return them. Thank you and goodbye.